Welcome to today's continuation of Hyrule Warriors Age of Imprisonment. This is session number 7, and we are still right in the thick of chapter 4, where the last time we were here, we got as far as a time for action, and it usually does take us a few hours of play between main story chapters to clear the board a bit when it comes to the additional challenges that spawn on the map along the way. We've got quite a high number of maps at the moment right now, for instance, 7 right here, and as we play them, more will sometimes unlock. Let's just try to get back to the main surface map here for a moment. And yes, some more defense or counterattack missions will sometimes unlock as we go, and so we have been trying to do this breadth first, as we typically do, and just clear all the content that we can before proceeding with the main story. And we'll see how long we are able to keep that up as our current pattern of play. Regardless, let's pick our battles in a rather literal sense. Actually, it might be easier to just scroll the challenge screen here instead and just see what we're doing with it. Looks like most of these, apart from this one here with Minru and Rauru, have freely selectable party members, and so that's something we'll keep in mind. We'll also be picking characters for maps depending on who we want to be using for the purpose of filling in quests. So sometimes when there is anything that's enemy dependent, we'll look at the mission and pick accordingly. So for example, at some point we need Tia and Zelda to take down one additional Lionel, and we'll need one more weapon enhancement, or at least a top quest here for Ravika. We'll naturally be doing that soon enough. Artie's going to be in a desert, and we don't have a flight mode battle available right now, so some of these we can't really fit in just yet. And Descriptivist, you're saying sorry for the untagged Metroid commentary. No worries, you didn't spoil me for anything except that Pikachu is unlikely to reappear in Prime 4 after having been unseen by Samus's sides in Subspace Emissary. That's really all I gathered from it, so absolutely no worries about that. But yes, it is true that, as with some other major event games before it, like Tears of the Kingdom back when we ran it, I am going into Prime 4 as spoiler-free as possible. We want to discover as much of the map blindly, and so I haven't really been even watching the trailers lately. But absolutely no worries about that. So yeah, we've actually got a couple of characters here who are due for taking down a Lionel, so Kino and Lago will need to do that at some point. And some quests are not character specific, but yeah, and then Ronza and Knight Construct, and Ronza and Rauru are pairings that we need to make happen at some point. But anyway, we tend to prioritize these in terms of the style of mission. We try to do the counterattack ones first if there are any. Right now it doesn't look like there are, but maybe we'll do Liberate the Territory first, because those are the ones I think sometimes spawn additional missions, and it kind of makes sense to just jump into one of these without worrying about the party composition too much. Let me just make sure that we're not totally overstuffed when it comes to inventory. 34 out of 45. We're getting a little tight on weapons. We will need to do some selling off at some point with some of the redundancies. In fact, we should just sell off some of the low-level redundancies right now, instead of doing too much with that. That's just in the dismantling page. Yeah, okay, sure, we'll do that. We don't even know what we get. I haven't dismantled any of them up to this point. But yeah, we'll dismantle the unleveled duplicates, especially the ones that are low level anyway, since, you know, we might level some of them up out of curiosity about what traits they spawn, but other than that, I don't foresee that we'll be doing much with them. So Feathered Edge 11, Feathered Edge 12, we might as well just sell off this one as well. And yeah, you get some steel off of them when you dismantle them for further upgrades, which is good. You get steel off of the tree branch, which, well, we'll let you imagine how that makes sense. Descriptivist, you're asking, have I heard of the machete cut? Does this have anything to do with the Star Wars Machete Watch Order? Because I have a story about that. If that's the case. If that has nothing to do with that, never mind. Then I don't know what you mean by machete cut. Yeah, I have an internet history story. I've been around the internet too long, but we'll get to that at some point. Okay, I didn't realize that you would actually get materials off of the weapon dismantling. That's great, in fact, because it gets us more upgrades that we can just plug in. When it comes to one-handers, for instance, since we're taking Minoru in pretty soon anyway, we might as well just plug some of these in. That actually really solves a lot of problems, in fact, in terms of giving you upgrades that don't burn some of the properties that you're trying to keep. Now, unless there's another one-hander that I want to work with. Like, for example, we're a little short on some of those, but no, we're taking Minoru into the next map. We might as well just do this. Or I guess Zelda kind of needs one too. Get her up to 8 maybe. And yeah, we will need to blow some of these properties at some point and essentially waste them. But if it's the low-level ones that don't have the plus attached to them, I think we might as well just waste them without really even thinking too hard about it. So, oh, that didn't even get her up to 8, so, whoops, hang on. Well, no matter, let's just spend them. Unless Minoru gets up to 9. She doesn't get anywhere near 9, but... nah, we might as well just spend it. We've been spending way too long on the weapon upgrade screen, and it's not the best use of time. But let's go on. So yeah, we'll do the preset defense map first, just to jump into a battle right away.
For the struggles to come.
Descriptivist, you're talking Star Wars. You believe Bonanza should be experienced, but Oddrock turning out to be Pauline as a surprise reveal. But it seems difficult, as you must be a child and have your dad boot the game up for you without ever letting you see the box art. Yeah. And for that matter, the icon on the home screen. But you are right. That's something that's given away pretty early in the experience, and was only ever really a surprise from Nintendo deliberately concealing it in the early previews of the game when they actually had the Oddrock on Donkey Kong's shoulder for lower levels like the Canyon layer, where in the main story by that time Pauline has been revealed. Good marketing strategy, I suppose, but you had to be there in the moment.
I'm curious how this goes.
So, the machete story. So, you might have heard about, when people talk about the machete order for watching Star Wars. And to be clear, I'm very much a believer in watching everything in release order. I believe that if people are being introduced to Star Wars, they need to be aware of the context in which people were taking elements of dramatic irony in with them, and they should be watching 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3. But I was very active in Star Wars internet for a time when a lot of these discussions were going on, and you might have heard about something called the Ernest Rister order that is often brought up as an alternative to the machete order. I know exactly which discussion that came from because I was in the same forum thread with Ernest Rister where we were talking about this regularly. He was the fellow who wrote the Encyclopedia Britannica entry for the word anime, I think, at some point. So he was kind of an animation expert of some sort who was cited by Roger Ebert and some others. And I have no idea what happened to him because he just kind of disappeared off the face of the internet. But the thing that I think comes up most when you look for this fellow, Ernest Rister, nowadays, is the Star Wars Watch Order from the discussion that I personally had with him. And unfortunately, the original source for that thread, I think, is long, long lost because this was many, many internet forums ago. But I always just have a little bit of a nostalgic laugh whenever I see that come up in discussions of Star Wars procedure. Anyway, onward. But yeah, I've thought about this problem very thoroughly, and I think Star Wars should be done in release order. And, you know, people who are the right age group are in for such a treat when the 50th anniversary theatrical re-release of the original Star Wars is happening in 2027. That's already kind of on the calendar, I think. And no doubt it's not going to be the original print or anything. It'll be, you know, whatever is the kind of latest official Disney edition with the many, many changes they've made over the years. But still, to experience it in the cinema for the first time, I think, for anybody who has that privilege, will be really quite glorious. Anyway, let's focus. What am I even doing here? Defeat within the time limit. Oh, that's fine. We're blocked off by a gate anyway. And that's the thing about a Warriors game, is that you can talk and just kind of totally forget about your combos and just slap away at the attack button and play very suboptimally, and it's going to work out just fine. Okay. Oh, yes, we need to bomb this guy with Rubber's bomb ability, and then we just smash him. Descriptive is, you think I'm the most famous person you know? Oh, I don't know. I mean, that's not something I'm known for. That's something that Ernest Risker is known for, right? But I've been around the internet a lot over the years, over many identities. This might be my longest running internet identity in some ways. And every now and then things will just merge, right? Where communities will collide and you run into people you didn't expect. Okay, Black Moblins.
Good.
Okay, there we go. Ooh, we got a double flurry rush on him here. We'll drop the special at some point, I think. Oh, let's counter the rush. There we go. Still just warming up here, which is nice to begin with so many side missions that you don't need to think too much about. What was my last profile picture? I have not changed my profile picture on this account for quite some time. I've changed my icon on the Switch a few times. I've had the one with Paper Mario reading the map as my Switch icon for about a year, I think, since the Paper Mario remake. But it used to be that I'd usually go with Toon Link as the avatar. The avatar that I have on Twitch, the one with Aviator Mario, is actually my own screenshot from Super Mario Odyssey. I should actually go through Mario Kart World and just stack up more screenshots. I'm running low on time because I've not been thinking about this fight properly. Let's actually weaken these guys. Let's actually burn them down. Yeah, because or I'm going to have time trouble. But I should go back to Mario Kart World where, to my great fortune, there actually is the aviator costume, and just build up a greater library of assets for the stream. A lot of the graphics that you see on my stream are just my personal screenshots from games like Mario Odyssey, and I had them sitting around anyway because, you know, before I was ever somebody with a capture card who would be streaming on Twitch, I would spend a great deal of my time playing video games just taking screenshots and, you know, building up these dramatic photo libraries. And then, yeah, because working with photo mode tools is something that I really love doing in games. It's funny because photo mode tools have become so elaborate and complex in some ways. In some games, you basically have the simulated equivalent of a professional camera, and I find that when the tools actually get up to that level of complexity, I don't use them as much. Not because I can't, but because at that point, it's, you know, it doesn't provide as much of the immediate gratification of a simpler interface. But I love that so many developers have started to take photo mode very seriously for people who just love making screenshots. It works out so well, too, if you ever need things like YouTube thumbnails, right? So let's take a look at this here. Yeah, so we've got a limited amount of time to burn this one down. We should actually switch to router just to make sure we can... Oh, we can probably pair up with Construct here. And just fire beam. Or something, or just whip him. Yep. Set him on fire, maybe. I totally interrupt my own train of thought, but we'll get back to that at some point. Not currently available. Oh, no battery. Okay, let's get the battery up. And maybe get the battery consumption... oh, it's on cooldown. Okay, let's burn this guy then. Oh, get out. Aerial counters on cooldown. I totally missed that. Okay. And Mineru's got some of the elemental attack effects too that I have not been using because I'm, again, just getting back into this game. We got 3 minutes, so we got lots of time to take this one out. Okay. And then, oh, once again, leap into the air for the aerial counter. I totally missed it. I was not on Nintendo Insider, no. I know of it. And I've met some people who came from there because people sort of come and go between communities. But here we go. We should actually heal up just to be safe. I've been playing a very sloppy round here, but again, this is a kind of good conversation game in a way because it's actually possible to have conversation while playing through stuff like this. Kind of like how I find that when I play Mario Maker, it's easier to talk to chat when I'm doing something that is potentially very high skill, high finesse platforming rather than something like a puzzle where I kind of have to talk through my thought process. But when you're just pushing buttons, it's, from a streamer perspective, much easier to interact. And yeah, it is true that Pikmin just received a new patch that significantly enhances photo mode in Pikmin 4. I've not had a chance to go back to my save file to play with that just yet. Oh, the Lionel quest actually isn't even character dependent, so we filled that in right away. For both Kia and Zelda. I didn't realize that. Yeah, so this is not character specific after all. Which works out. And of course, the Switch 2 editions for both Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom also significantly enhanced their photo tools, which were previously a bit limited. I would know from the hundreds of, unfortunately, kind of fuzzy and low-resolution screenshots in my library. I spent a lot of time in Breath of the Wild just sort of riding around, taking photos, often trying to set up photos with Link riding the moose or riding the, you know, spirit goat on Satori Mountain, or the Lord of the Mountain, I should say, or the bear, and just riding them to interesting places and taking screenshots in unexpected locations. And I spent so much time in Breath of the Wild just doing that for its own sake. Anyway, we should prioritize more liberation missions. We have our pick of party members for this one, so we should see based on quests. We've got a couple of Lysalphus here, and yeah, Hinox or Hinox, one of the two. We also have an additional party member that we want to recruit at some point for the Gorons, but we'll get to that. We know that we want, I think, Artie for the deserts, and we'll see who else we needed. Oh yeah, we should have gone for lightning weakness at some point. We had that freely available. So yeah, given that they're the Gibdo nests, they're presumably will have Gibdos. But Anox is Kino. Let's maybe go Artie and Kino for this one, and we'll see what the weapons are doing. They're probably underleveled, but we don't care.
Prepare for the struggles to come.
And where's Artie? Oh yes, up with the champions.
All for the Gerudo. Let's do our best to support
And
each other.
where's
I fight for Hyrule.
Q
Ready,
over here?
are
So
you?
7 and 7 on the weapons. We're not going to mess around with that too much. We'll just keep them. Let me just check their combo chains quickly. Artie with so many lightning effects, which will work out quite well. Especially now that we've left her range of attacks. So you can spam lightning on all of the lower level strong attacks, which we should try to remember. And okay, let's go.
It never hurts to try.
And we might as well level them up as well, since we've got so much wood. Descriptive is, am I enjoying the story and fitting into my knowledge of the canon timeline of events? I don't fuss around the timeline too much, but I have been picking up on whenever the cinematics in this game are interwoven with the shots that are in the cinematics of Tears of the Kingdom. One thing that I did prior to launching this game was I actually just went back to the memory cinematics in Tears of the Kingdom and just watched them top to bottom, which actually was quite a lot of footage. It took me close to an hour to do it, which was surprising because it didn't feel like there was that much at the time. And it didn't feel like that much at the time because this was such a drop in the bucket of the 400-hour experience that was Tears of the Kingdom, right? And spread out in such a way that, you know, I never had actually gone through the flashbacks in sequence like that before. But it did mean that I had it very freshly in mind going into this game, to the extent that I could see how a lot of the cinematics in this game are designed to feel like sort of extended cuts of those scenes where you get to see the parts that Link could not pick up from the memories. I did play the original Hyrule Warriors on Wii U. I actually don't remember if Linkle was in that version. I thought for some reason that Linkle was in the later re-releases. So I don't recall if I ever actually played as Linkle, now that you mentioned that. Because I spent very little time with the first Hyrule Warriors on Wii U and didn't really do the massive grind of the adventure mode or anything to completion. But at some point I might actually pick up the definitive edition for Switch, but I find that with Warriors games I have to spread them out because, you know, I might have the appetite for one of them every year or two. And last year I was playing a fair bit of Fire Emblem Warriors 3 Hopes off stream, which I'm not remotely done with because, as with Three Houses, there are 3 or more campaigns. But yeah, I find that, you know, I enjoy this genre so long as I kind of pace myself with it and do maybe one of this style of game every year or two at most. Because otherwise it's just a little too repetitive. But anyway, the fight mechanics in this game have been great, though, which is quite nice to see. We'll go Kino here just to get him more directly leveled up. And then, let's see here, let's actually pay attention. Oh, Molduga. Okay, so we actually do want Molduga Artie to get the killing blow, in fact. So we better control her so I don't forget. So there is Molduga here. I haven't figured out whether you can actually do the standard bomb interaction with getting the Molduga to come out of the ground, but... oh, okay, no, I accidentally used a conductive ability for the shield break. I forgot we don't have bomb bound up in that. Let's get him to do the charge counter then. And then maybe dump some lightning on him. Maybe even with one of the fusion effects, but... let's actually try it and just slap it. We totally didn't get a weak point out of this, but that's okay. Trying to go for the eyes here, not with much success. So yeah, Artie's got a lot of the repeated effects on the strong attacks now for the lower tiers. Oh, and then now we have a bomb effect that's possible when the dude comes up, so... Okay, I didn't even know I had a Luzolfo's quest active. Let's see if we can go for... bomb then, just to... Actually, we don't even need it. It doesn't have the stone on it right now, but... We'll get a battery up anyway, although we'll go for some of the lightning effects on her after that. Oh, now it's got stone. Okay, let's... Or rather... Yeah, just a standard shield break effect, I think, isn't going to work against that, so we'll... You know what? Get a lightning effect. Great. That works. Can we break it? We were kind of out of range. How many Dynasty Warriors games have I played? I've actually only played the Nintendo spin-offs. I've played, at this point, all 3 of the Zelda spin-offs and both of the Fire Emblem ones. I've never actually played actual Dynasty Warriors. Whoops. Selected the wrong thing there. That's okay. Yeah, there's a pretty good spread of style between the Zelda spin-offs and the Fire Emblem spin-offs, though, because the Fire Emblem ones are much more focused around playing the map rather than playing the characters, so to speak. Like, the character movesets are blander, but the map positioning tends to be more strategic. And, I mean, in some ways it would be nice to have both, and at least the Zelda games are moving a little bit more in that direction after the initial Wii U version of Hyrule Warriors didn't really even let you assign waypoints to party members. Okay, I'm taking too many hits here. Let's... Yeah, there's Fire Emblem Warriors, and then there's Three Hopes, which is based specifically on Three Houses, as an alternate timeline to Three Houses. But like Three Houses, has multiple campaigns. And, oh, I totally... Okay, so the thing is, you actually have to aim her counter for the straight attack. I should just... Yeah, she doesn't automatically lock on... Or, well, maybe it's because I'm not blocking the camera. Let's see here. We don't have much battery to go, but that's okay, we'll just bomb anyway. And then we'll charge a battery from there. We should actually just pair up at this point, if we can. And then this will be a little bit shocking. But if we can get the lightning weak point down again, that would be great. Because... Oh, we have no battery, but she can just do her standard. And there we go. And we got the quest down. Okay, so now we can finally proceed to the next area. That took longer than expected, but let's get moving. So how did they make a Fire Emblem Shin Megami Tensei? So that, I remember, was announced very early on in the Wii U's lifespan. And it turned out to be totally different from people's expectations because, of course, the tone turned out to be the whole J-pop thing they were going for with Tokyo Mirage Sessions, which I have not played. I've actually never played a Shin Megami Tensei, or a Persona for that matter, although I've had the cartridge for Persona 5 Royal sitting around in my collection for quite some time. And it's just been a matter of making time for it. I don't know if there's any interest in streaming Persona 5, because that's part of why I've been putting it off, is that it's kind of famously long, right? And I don't know if it would be a good fit for something I want to do on stream, but if there's a good bit of audience interest, then maybe. Okay. And yeah, I did get Persona 5 Royal on sale at some point. And I knew I wanted to get it physically, so I picked up the cartridge on a pretty steep sale a while ago. And the thing about my backlog is I'm pretty good at managing backlog and not letting it get out of control, except for JRPGs. Because the thing about JRPGs is that, you know, so many of them are a time commitment and they just end up going down the pile until my pile has too many JRPGs. We have a time limit on these. We should actually be cognizant of this and try to burn these guys down faster. Okay. Now, with the lightning shield on them, though, we can't actually do any other elemental weakness. I still haven't figured out how I'm supposed to counter lightning shielding, really. And that's something we'll have to learn for one of the other challenge maps that's timed, I think. We know how to do a lot of other elemental counters, but the lightning shield has been a bit of a mystery to me. Because even in Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, usually against lightning enemies like the Electric Lizalfos, you just go lightning versus lightning, right? And you just shock them. I don't know if that actually works here. I didn't think it did. But getting the shielding effect down has been a bit of an enigma. We can try, perhaps. But it doesn't really break the effect, right? Like, whoop, then let's counter. And yeah, that's the thing, is that sometimes, you know, if a game is that long, it could really take over the stream for even months at a time. But the thing about Persona 5, though, is that I have been made aware that apparently in the Switch version, the capture button screenshot functions are actually completely disabled for the latter part of the game for some reason. And that, to me, is a reason to potentially stream the game, because I like record keeping, right? Would not like a situation where I just am not able to capture anything about it at all. But yeah, this was something I was warned about, that apparently... So usually when the screenshot functions on the Switch are disabled, it's because of things like licensing reasons. In the Bayonetta games, for instance, when you have some of the classic standards like Fly Me to the Moon playing, you actually can't really punch the capture button for the video recording in the credits because it's not part of the license arrangement for the music recording. But it's usually some kind of strange edge case like that that disables the capture features. I don't know what it is with Persona. I don't imagine it's that. Persona 5 being actually quite famous for its original score. And indeed, like with many JRPGs, the music is why I noticed that game in the first place. Was that, you know, I kind of see what is going on with it musically, which was actually how I was introduced to quite a few of the great JRPG classics. I knew the music to Earthbound, Final Fantasy VI, Chrono Trigger, etc. before I ever actually played games, and they were the reason that I played the games. And how I was introduced to the genre originally. And let's just punch the power-up attack. But yeah, I'm aware that Persona 5 also has a warrior spin-off in Persona 5 Strikers. And a tactic spin-off in Persona 5 Tactica. And a whole kind of sub-series that's oriented around its characters. So... her counters are so short-range, like we really can't use Artie's counter abilities, I think. Like her uniques only make sense in melee, and I keep forgetting that because of muscle memory for how all the other characters in the game actually function. So yeah, it's a spoiler thing apparently, and they just never patched it out. If you've looked it up, it's it's something that I think they should have probably patched out, you know, long after the game released, given that Persona 5 was a port that was several years late to begin with. But I find that to be a very weird restriction, and unfortunately it's the kind of thing that complicates the decision of, do I spend lots and lots of streaming time on this? Because on one hand I would like to record. On the other hand, one of the other things though is that with any game that has a good bit of text or dialogue, that I play a lot slower on stream. Because when I'm playing off stream, I am a very fast reader. I page through dialogue quickly. Like I go tap, 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 and I actually do read it all. But as we discovered with some previous games like Paper Mario, for instance, that I take probably at least 50% more time playing text-heavy games if I'm recording. So, because when I'm recording, I don't want to just page through the text and go tap, 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 right? Like, it has to be readable to be a watchable experience, even if it's voice acted or even if I'm not reading it verbatim. And so that's absolutely a consideration as well when it comes to long, long games. So. Yeah, it sometimes just happens that, you know, they'll release a port of a game and everybody who was on the project has just moved off to somewhere else, right? And so by the time you need something patched, there's nobody who's free to do it. And nobody on the project, nobody to kind of get things through the patching process and to release and through certification and such. For example, I have the cartridge on Switch 1 for Nier Automata, and I never finished it. I actually started just a little bit of it, and I've been meaning to get back to it, but to date it has not been updated for compatibility with Switch 2. And it is one of the games that is actually still like a crash risk on Switch 2, to the extent that they don't officially sell it on the eShop if you're trying to buy a digital copy. But apparently nobody's been fixing it, and there's been no sign of any kind of patch that's coming for it. So if I ever want to finish the game, I have to plug it into my old Switch 1, which I still have sitting around. Okay, finally some XP enhancement there. That'll work out nicely. Okay, anyway, let's do a little bit of enhancement here. Give Artie more special attacks.
For all who call these lands home.
And again, we'll just try to slim down the weapon inventory a little bit, just for the sake of not letting it cap out. Overcoming differences. What even is this? Avalanche Slam. Okay. New shield break ability. We might as well assign it to the bottom.
We're saving Hyrule no matter what.
Okay. If we don't have any territory-related quests on the board, then probably we'll get the new Goron recruit next. I think that'll be the next priority. That's a huge rupee reward for some of these. 4,000 each, tons of gems. But yeah, very likely we'll get over to this one here. There is a Lionel there, which may affect the crew selection. Oh, it's restricted allies, though. I think that's because it only lets you pick the B team. Maybe, let's check. Yeah, so this is B team only. And then we can do that. Let's just do the weapon management first. Yeah, because we do need to plug in a few more upgrades while we are massively overstuffed with them. Just get her up to 9, I'd say. Or, well, spend these now and then just try to clear out. And then we can buff somebody's spear. We'll do that as well. Just to clear some space. So either we could do that with Kia's spear if we want to buff it up a bit. I don't know if we have another one that's... Yeah, we want basically 2 weapons per type at minimum level 7 just to get some of the effects going. In terms of spears, I don't know if we had much else going on. But I think we'll keep those as is and just buff Kia's. Or Raru's for that matter. And just plug some of these in since they have no effect. And the decision making is therefore easy. Anything else with no effect? Not yet. Well, there's a 2-hander. That's okay, we'll stack a 2-hander later. Anyway, B team needs to have a bit of an adventure, so let's take them over to the new recruit. Also, how am I doing for my quest tracker board right now? Maybe we have some slots that are freed up. 2 out of 5, so we actually should assign a few more just in case they come up. For instance, wheat and meat, which we can buy. That's why it's important to track. And then we can fill that in immediately. What is this even? Africa's special.
I didn't think I could get any stronger.
Okay, so let me see what else is going on here. Oh, there's one that's kind of off map up here as well. Let's see if we can zoom in and see what that is. Liberating Death Mountain. We'll get to that. I think we do the new recruit first because that'll pop open additional quests to cash in. So if we're taking the B team and if we have Lionel and Talus and Lost Goblin in this one, let's see who should go. Yeah, so the main sages will not be available for this one. However, if we take Kino in, Kino can take down a Lionel, fill in that quest, and then Lago can take it down as well. But except it would be based on who gets to kill though, so maybe we should just take Lago and have water against fire enemies, which makes a certain amount of sense. I think we take Lago, because we can fill in pretty much all of these in one go. And then we should take Shalani to fill in those as well. So yeah, let's commit to that. Kino can wait, I think. We will go Lago and Shalani. Also, let's see if we want to pin any more quests first. Oh, look at that. More to shop. Okay. We have to actually check the tracker from time to time. Just to see this kind of thing. And buy things up. And oh, there's still something else we can buy, except it's sold out for now, so we need to wait until it respawns on the next map before we can fill that in. And that's fine. Anything on the other maps? Not really. There's this one here. For Rafika's Rending Arrow. So yeah, this is just a previous one that we were tracking, so nothing there. Okay, let's continue. Now, what do we say? We said Lago.
I shall give my all.
Oh, we didn't do the unlock here as Lago. The Zonite Sword. We should check the materials for that. This is why it's easy to get distracted. Because he was holding this. We need Silent Shrooms. We should put Silent Shroom on the tracker then, right? No. Or do we not have room? Hang on. Let's see. How much do we have on a tracker? We can't just buy Silent Shroom though, can we? Let's take a look here. So I know we have 4 out of 5 assigned, so why can't we assign on that one? Let's try to take a look at them directly. So it's equipped. How come we can't track the shrooms? Or maybe we already have them tracked or something. I don't even know what I have tracked right now, and I don't know how to see it. Assigned a sensor. This. How come we can't sense the Silent Shroom? Let's figure this out. So, okay, now we can assign it. And it's already been assigned. Right, okay, that explains it. Okay, so we'll keep him on that one. And go back here. So yeah, he's got to get the kill on the Lionel, but we'll play Shalani first. We'll switch Shalani's sword.
Let us seek to confide in each other.
To a better one-hander. So they're both going to be on one-hand sword for this one, and that's okay. Make guard automatically freezing enemies might be a good one here. And yeah, we'll have better swords buff up at some point with 15 or even 20 base damage. We'll deal with that later. We'll loot better things as we go, so not too concerned about that. Why do we still have rocket on her for ZR? I tend to like to go for... Well, we weren't really making use of the fan counter, but we were doing a lot of the Sage-specific Secret Stone specials on ZR last time, but for the other characters, I think we
conquer our foes.
Want to counter on a pinch if we can. Anyway, so she needs to do fuse attacks at some point, which we can, I think, if we've unlocked that for her. And then it's just fighting enemies otherwise, so we'll start with her. And we'll absolutely want level up for them as well. Okay, onward.
I set forth at once.
Okay, so let's take a look at the side quests again, just to make sure we know what we're doing aside of them. We did pick the right ones, right? Shalani, so she needs 2 fuse attacks, 3 weak point smashes. That's simple enough. That must be one of her first quests to be that trivial. Then we should switch to Lago for pretty much everything else. So I guess we'll go to our friend Dagoron here. Oh yeah, so Breton is the one we can recruit. We've seen him on the map in a couple of other missions previously. I've got a couple of the peplets here. Who do we fight? Tell us. Yeah, so that's why he's a gourmand. He wants to eat rocks, and what better rock is there to eat but a talus? Okay, so we want to go for a fuse attack with her if we can. Do we... Oh, I actually don't have fuse on her yet. We need to build the ability to fuse with her before we can do that quest. So then, until then, we need to mainly go for weak point attacks. Okay. Let's try to go for the weak point with her. Okay, and then we'll go battery and just bomb it out some more. It's okay, we'll finish what we can. If we had some kind of manual aim on her, we could go for the top part of Stone Talus, but we'll do this instead. Cause all kind of camera problems. Okay, actually, the freezing works pretty well here with her. Yeah, it doesn't work too well when the stone shield is still up though, so let's... we'll jump on, and then I think we'll try to bomb this if we can get the battery up first. Oh, never mind. Okay, can't do that. Let's jump off. Got some peplets here going. And smash this up as well. We need 3 weak point smashes as her to get through the quest, so we'll do that. In due course. Yeah, that's simple enough. We will want more battery and just put them down quickly. Oh, and actually we just defeated him straight up, so we still need 1 weak point attack with her. And then we can recruit Braddon into the party immediately. Spear wielding Goron, so he's got a cooking pot as a helmet. That's interesting. And then he's got a couple of repeated attacks. Let's do some of the button assignments. Spin attacks. Okay. Yeah, a lot of repeated attacks on him then. Let's do some assignments here. Again, we never actually really wind up using the fan or the rocket on set R. I think we just tend to forget about it, but... And he's got the sledge. The sledge somehow counts as a spear, but that's alright. We should prioritize quests as these two first, though. For tasty looking rocks, that tells me more Talus. Descriptivist, do I ever use the word datum as like singular data? Yeah, oh, yeah. Have I ever met a Magic the Gathering player that uses a singular word erratum? I've met lots of people who work with books that use the word erratum. I know, of course, what erratum would mean in the context of MTG as well when it comes to, you know, misprints on cards and other changes in the rule set. I know some people used to play competitive Magic the Gathering, but there's some crossover between them and Scrabble, as you might expect. So I've seen some people kind of go from one game to another. All of the different in-person or over-the-board strategy games have a bit of crossover, like between Scrabble, poker, chess, Magic the Gathering. You know, if they have a competitive scene, you meet people who do both.
Let's fight as one. Side by side. Way to Goro.
But yeah, I see nothing strange about people just saying singular datum or erratum. That feels common enough to me. Okay, 3 weak point smashes at Solani. That's great. Now we switch to Lago for his quest. And what is his quest? Let's check this again. 100 enemies, 1 Lionel, 2 weak point smashes. Okay, simple. And then we just need to defeat 150 to proceed. This is supposed to be your Braddon tutorial, but we're too busy filling quests, so we're going to use everybody else instead. This is next objective. Next objective will be fire moblins and the like. Okay. You're saying poker to Hearthstone crossover would be funny. Oh, not surprising at all. Like, knowing how to deal with imperfect information is a generally applicable skill set, right? Okay, so we need to water this guy down. We have a couple ways to do it. He inherently has a bit of a water combo. We'll douse that. I'm going to break the weak point over here. And then Construct is going to get a bit of work done here as well. Yeah, too bad with the uncontrolled characters you can't do any positional assignments for them. In the Fire Emblem Warriors games, and in particular in Three Hopes, you absolutely can just assign your entire unused party around the map, and even have them clear forts by themselves. But you kind of need to in that game because that's what makes it feel like Fire Emblem. So we have bomb on this. Let's just take him down. Oh, we have no battery. It's okay. 2 weak point smashes of Lago. We stay on him for the 100 enemy achievement if we can. It's got a water combo. Let's just use it. Douse that. Whoops. Missed.
Stand down.
You love having a squad of friends beating up on dudes, yeah. That's what Hearthstone's all about. Mistakes were made. I played a lot of Hearthstone back in alpha and beta, but I find that I fall off of collectible card games pretty quickly because I don't really care for the collection aspect of playing constructed modes. I enjoyed Arena a lot. I played Infinite Arena in Hearthstone for quite some time, but I just could not get into the constructed metagame. I kind of feel the way about the same way about games like Pokemon as well, where, you know, I respect the design of the competitive aspects, but as a player, I cannot be bothered to do the collection elements. I just don't get the pleasure out of catching them all that some people do, so we need to just water this guy down. Or ice him. We have no battery. That's okay. Let's pop some health first of all, and then... Oh, we've got no batteries left for Lionel later. That's okay. We'll deal with it. Yeah, why didn't we just ice him like this in the first place? It's so much faster. Okay. We'll even drop this special on him if we can. Okay. Just finish up the frost effect here. And smash. I should have actually gone back to Hearthstone for the StarCraft crossover that he did last year, actually. It just slipped my mind. Because I sort of wanted that for the longest time, and when it finally happened, I just missed out on it. But yeah, I actually liked some of the single-player modes they eventually designed for Hearthstone. I did go back for some of those from time to time, because I had enough coins left over from Infinite Arena to pay for some of the campaign content. Eventually, I think I just ran out of my in-game cash reserve to buy up that stuff, though, and I just fell off the game. But yeah, first year or so of Hearthstone, I played that game a lot. And there we go. And it's a very well-designed game in many ways. It just falls prey to the same problem that collection games do in general, which is that you eventually reach the point where the collection barrier is just too high. And so if you're not a diehard who's just playing that game exclusively and paying for the game exclusively, then there's only so much enjoyment you can get out of it after a point. Okay, we need to ice this guy, and we need to stay on Lago, though, in order to Well, we're running out of battery here, so we need the water effect to douse him. If we can. Let me see, do we even have a proper water combo that I'm not using here? This isn't really technically a water effect. It would say so if it were. He's not like the other Zora. Unfortunately, oh, do we have a fuse effect on him though? Let's see. Yes, we do. So let's go fusion instead, since that's the alternative when you run out of battery. Or run low on battery. It's not currently available though, because we're stunned out. Oh, let's get out, get out. Okay. Okay, let's go frost on this. And just fuse into it. And just dump tons of currency. We can up. Aerial counter. There we go. That's how to play this properly. But yeah, some of the single-player campaigns for Hearthstone were pretty well designed. Very inventive. I just eventually fell off of the game, that's all. But I liked what they were doing for a lot of that, just to give people an alternative track to engage with the mechanics that was not so collection dependent. Okay, we'll just slap him with ice again. I actually love how that looks. It's very entertaining. Let's see if we can do any kind of interruption here. Yeah, actually, with this attack, we can also douse him. This is a timed attack sequence where we totally missed. But we do have the weak point smash. You said you're so glad you fell off. You don't know how many hundreds of hours you wasted on it. Well, I mean, you learned something from the experience. And it's not exactly a waste, you know, if you found some fulfillment in it. The problem, though, with a lot of things that are grind games, essentially, particularly with the free-to-play or free-to-start models that are out there, is that people wind up spending a lot of time that they wind up regretting because they realize that was not actually fun or meaningful engagement with the experience. It was just filling up meters, right? So I think that's when the regret sets in. But, you know, even if you don't get any kind of material reward for things, if you're not filling up meters, you're not rolling for unlocks, you're not doing anything like that, I find that time on games where you're kind of adding to your accumulated knowledge of the design and your experience with the meta, etc., and taking concepts that you can bring with you to other games in the future, that's time well spent. But people, I think, individually always have this balance between intrinsic and extrinsic motivation in terms of what they respond to, and I would say that from my experience as a player, that I lean very, very, very heavily towards intrinsic motivation. You know, I need to have meaningful engagement with the mechanics. I can't feel like I'm just grinding for a collection, or I absolutely will drop off game. Seafoam Surge on Kia. We've been using Kia so heavily, I think we'll just plug in everything we can.
That went better than I expected.
And that has a water effect as well as the shield break, so I think we definitely do that assignment. And then what else do we have here? Saving the hidden springs for Agriston.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, you wanted to unlock all of the Hearthstone hero skins. Yeah, I mean, you know, I think I was satisfied just unlocking for characters or classes that I actually preferred to play, but I find that, again, I am really not a reward chaser. It's like with achievement systems, right? I'll engage with achievement systems if the actual task that you do is meaningful. If the achievement design isn't just do X of Y, but rather something that changes your playstyle or makes you take on a unique challenge or play under a constraint.
Working as one.
And yeah, but you know, again, I understand that a lot of players feel very differently about this, and some players just cannot resist the allure of meters and loot. And that it actually drives a very significant portion of the industry and keeps it afloat, so. Rauru is finally going to have Ultra Hand, and Ultra Hand is going to be sort of a lob counter. I don't know which slot we'll put that on, actually. He's kind of stuffed with things I want him to do at this point. We haven't really been even reading all of the flavor text that contextualizes the upgrades, but that's all in the quest log, so, you know, if we ever want to see what we accomplished in Linalia's journal, we can. But I've just been tapping these directly.
Magnificent.
So where do we even put the Ultra Hand? Because we've got Royal Surge as his tier skill already. I guess maybe we can put it on A. I don't know, because we've got a bit of a split now where for the projectile counter, which we rarely effectively use, for most characters we have it on ZR, but we started putting tiers on ZR, and so I think we'll just put it on A and worry about it later. But we haven't really been doing much of a good job with repelling projectiles generally, so maybe we should just move most of the projectile counters to A. Alright, let's see. There's so much that can scramble your muscle memory when changing between characters, you see, in this game, when you're doing counters on the spot. And so we've been trying to avoid too many muscle memory conflicts. Alright, in terms of challenges, what do we have left? We've got too many quests still. So yeah, this is the one that I was thinking, you know, we don't really know how to deal with electric opponents effectively yet, and we really do need to sort that out. But anyway, we got to recruit at this point. So we should prioritize maybe the ones that actually have the tracker on them. Which in this case, we have some fire keys here, so someone needed to fill in keys. We'll do that. But let me just make sure weapon inventory is a little bit clear again. Because we do need to spend some of that steel. Anything new here? Yes. We'll get her up to 9. Anything else without effects? Two-handers. Yeah, at some point we should probably get a spear up and running for our new Goron friend. But again, we've just been trading weapons around essentially between the whole B team as they come up. But we might want to upgrade the sledge at some point. Even just to clear some inventory initially, perhaps. Get them up to just some of the regular damage, perhaps, and going from there. Yeah, just put him on the strong attack. We didn't really even use him at all, actually, so we'll do that, but likely we'll just trade off weapons, and I'm mostly leveling the sledge in case it has a unique skill that becomes interesting later on. But right now we're just clearing up space. Okay, let's take a look at quests. We will likely again go for whichever challenge actually had something I wanted to loot, which is liberating Death Mountain. Oops. And then... So yeah, who wanted the keys? Let's see here. Right, and... I thought we... Oh yeah, we just cleared Lago's last quest board, hence we have a new one where we need him to fuse. Collect a sapphire. We'll need iron shrooms for the next camp. So we need to remember that. So Pinnock wanted to take out keys, so we'll take Pinnock into the next one. So eventually we need to upgrade Shalani to let her fuse before we can actually do this. If we're taking Pinnock, then who do we have with him? I don't think anything else is really specific to a character. Oh, do we have restricted allies here? No, we don't. So then we can take anybody with Pinnock. So let's see who else needs to fight. We might as well go Agriston then, and we can fill in that quest. Okay, I think that's what we'll go with. We can also do more as Lago, of course, but... Yeah, because that's pretty easy to fill. Since Agriston, like, that's naturally going to fill, I think, and some of the main quest content anyway, but we could use the materials, so... Let's see what we can do here.
Chance to sharpen my blade.
As strong as better.
We haven't really used him much lately, and the thing is, in a Death Mountain map, the bombardment is potentially going to be useful for some of the route finding. Pinnock's got this spear up and running already. That's good.
Rest easy when I'm around.
He's also got the rocket. We haven't really been playing for speed, I guess, hence under using the rockets, but...
Toward even greater heights.
Yeah, and he's got the tier effect for fire if we want to fight fire with fire for some reason. Yeah, and he's got the different magma bombardment combos. So what does he even do? Oh yes, aerial attacks. And he's way down to level 30, so we definitely want to level him up.
What shall come of this?
The easy way. We mostly just need him to take out some keys though, but we'll maybe, yeah, review the quests once we get into the map. We will hopefully get to one of the main quest maps today. I don't imagine we'll have time to do more than one, but we'll just fill out the map until we get to that point. Okay, let's review this again just to be absolutely sure. 2 weak point smashes, 200 enemies, that's easy. When we see Keisto, we will definitely have to switch over to Pinnock accordingly and level up Pinnock along the way if we can. But let's do this first. Actually, the keys are there right away, so let's just switch out to Pinnock now so we can anticipate those. And then counter. We'll have a fire moblin to get to in a little bit, but I'm not too worried about time. Okay. Well, we need a weak point smash as our Goron friend here, so let's just take it. But we need one keys. So. Anyway, we should actually look at the map and see where we're going. Our moblin here, sure. And a whole crew. But no keys here, so we'll go like this, and then did we have? Oh, yeah, just douse the fire. Whoops. Then he's got a weak point smash going on. Good. A bit more bombardment here, and then roll right over him. And look at that. The elemental effect quest has also been filled. Yeah, the nice thing about setting down to Zonai devices is that they don't consume your battery when they've been set, which I really enjoy positioning. Okay, boss Bogo, let's go here again with Pinnock in case we run into some keys along the way. I don't know if we will. But we got a little bit of time to work with. Am I totally walking the wrong way on this? I think I am. Here we are. We set the waypoint. Oh, no bats over here, so guess we won't be doing that yet, but yeah, we just need to douse the fire. We don't even need to sit him on the ice for too long. Although it's a nice big fat target, so now we'll go down pretty quickly, I think. Oh, missed a counter. That was a little bit of a goof there, but once we've frozen him here, then it'll be a very easy weak point to catch. We've got a pair attack that's been possible all this time as well, a sync attack, rather. Not out of battery, but should not be difficult to come by. Was that it? That was it. Wow, that was quick. Didn't even get enough keys to work with there. Or enemies to work with there, for that matter, I think. Yeah, we only got 97 KOs in that map, so we really didn't get to hit much. Okay. And of course we still have the Zonai defeat quest to fill in. That will just come naturally. So. More steel. More weapon class agnostic upgrades as well. Okay, and then quests have been updated. Energy capacity for everyone, that will be great. We would love to take this one, yes.
Now that's how you do it.
That's how you do it. Not much else to fill regionally, we'll just do more quests at this point. What is this? Battle for South at Death Mountain. Create a scorching lava. Okay. A couple of Horriblins on this one as well. Let's, again, determine assignments based on the quest board when we can. I know that we also have the Gibdo quest that we want to finish with Artie down here, and Artie is required anyway. So that makes a certain amount of sense. Let's see who would be a natural partner for her. We'll need to do a depths map for the Frogs quest at some point. I mean, Agreston can go with her and then finish the 200 enemy quest, perhaps. Then specials is Rafika. Gibdos is Artie. We can take Lago perhaps, because I'm just determining this based on who's going to actually fill in their quest board. Because that seems simple enough as Lago. So yeah, let's go Artie and Lago for this one. If we can. I actually don't know who's allowed to go with her. If it's A-team only, then we won't. But we'll go with Lago.
Ready, are you? Good.
So Artie needs to defeat the Gibdo. Lago can take everything else and go for a fuse attack and weak points. And a dodge. It seems simple enough. Let's just do it. Oh, let's check inventory first. See how stuffed we are. 5 slots, I think we can weather it. Worry about it later.
It never hurts to try.
Okay, now might as well go for some of these. Oh, except I forgot, we have the Iron Shroom quest to do, so let's take some of this out. And what even buffs shrooms here? Nothing really. Except for the oil jar. I don't know if we care enough to do it. I think we'll just put on some snails.
I set forth at once.
Okay. Enemy outpost here. Again. Oh no, Gibdo, so Artie first.
Perfect.
That's quite a nice attack actually to get things going. Rescue the Gerudo captain. Yeah, we can do that at some point. We'll try to clear her Gibdo quest as soon as we can first. There we go. That's clear. At this point, so we can probably... Well, lightning works pretty well against these, but we'll switch to Lago and try to do a fuse attack with something plentiful that will have lightning on it. So just whip it, and we get a weak point out of it very easily. We can even do that again. Yeah, look at how quickly you just whip it down. So we'll need to do a dodge as Lago at some point. But that's all we need for him. And other than that, we'll try to get some defeats with Zonai devices. If we can. So here, for instance, we could even... Whoops. Go bomb or something. And time bomb's just not going to detonate for me here. Okay, so yeah, that gets Zonai device quest down. That works out. Now over here, we want to do a perfect dodge at some point. Let's just try to... Oh, that was not a dodge. So we'll try to set it up. Come on. There we go. Oh, we totally didn't dodge. We need to get the flurry rush going. There we go. Now we can get him down properly. Okay, quest-wise, do we need anything else with them here? I don't think so. I think we filled in everything we want with both of them. Artie is done. So we'll see if there's anything else that we need to do with the characters generally, but I don't think so. So it really depends on level, I guess. How are we doing for level here? 38 in Lago, so we'll stay on Lago. He's got the correct kind of elemental effect to counter this anyway, so...
Stand down.
Okay, great success. Let's go for the next one. Do we have any treasure here that we need to pop? I don't think so. Wasn't claiming an outpost. I'm gonna start using projectile counters, but that's okay. Anyway, Captain's only going halfway down. Lots of time to work with here. We can get battery up at some point as well. Let's just run out. Oh, that was not very accurately placed. But the special, luckily, does have a water effect, which should perhaps help here. Electric boss goblin of here. We'll take that out soon. We'll need battery here, though.
Predictable.
Okay, and then we'll try not to get electrified by the other one coming in.
Stand down.
Now, might as well practice against the electric one to see how we're going to counter that. And can we drop the pair attack on him right now? Oh, felt like we should have, but somehow I wasn't in range for that. Actually, I want to try another fusion against him to see if we can down him quickly. Just in preparation for the electrical challenge. Yeah, unfortunately, it doesn't really work that well. And we need health. You have to figure this out in terms of elements. You'd think you could ground the electricity somehow, or something else.
Predictable.
Can we... Oh, I guess he's low on energy for fusion, perhaps? Oh, no. We can just do this. Yeah, it doesn't really do much against that counter. Should think about anything else that we have available here. Wouldn't be wind, certainly. Yeah, we just need to do a lot of the positional counters against them, I guess, if they're going electric. I just don't have a good sense of how to fight electric yet. But I have the elemental shield up and running. Sync Strike with Artie. We actually, surprisingly, have not done this. Oop. Ooh, wow, look at that. It's pretty spectacular, actually. Now let's get the finisher down before it expires.
Stand down.
Yeah, great success. Okay, that went pretty well. Okay, lots of quests filled in. New camp effect, reduce damage from enemies. I wonder which slot that goes into, but we'll definitely consider it. Better Edge starting on 11, we'll probably sell that off. And let's continue. Okay, so main quest is still up running up there. So this has been here all this time. But we need to actually play to get some red bloom seeds. And this has been here the whole time as well. That's for gems. Is there anything else we can... Oh, there's one down here that I didn't even see. And... yeah. This one I'm not even sure what we need for materials. Oh, here's a sensor for... Threaten strong attack. So I think we can't even unlock Fuse on Sholani yet, can we? Because we do need that for her at some point. But let's take a look at the quest. Time moment of frogs. Is there a frogs actually in the underground one here? Does that look like a frogs? I think it does. We will take somebody into that for sure then. Maybe it makes sense to do the underground one next. Aki and Cuddlin needs to do something together. Do we have anything to do with either Cuddlin or Lago that would be useful? Let's find this out. Elemental chains as anybody though. Where even was Cuddlin here with the Volt Fruits? Ronza and Night Construct and Ronza and Raru need to go together at some point. Yeah, some of these, you know, given that you only have 2 personnel to choose from, you can only do so much. Fire, Ice, and Electric opponents. We might as well pick good counters for them. There is a Lionel on this one as well, which... perhaps the elemental chaining will work out on this one. I think we should actually maybe take something like Minoru onto this. Or Night Construct, because they have lots of elemental flexibility. But... or actually, no, Calamo. Because Calamo's got everything. So that might make sense. But we have to determine this based on just who we're filling in. Okay then, let's take a look at the rewards on these to determine what we want to do. I think we should do the trial. But if it's time limited against Lightning Lionel, we could potentially be in a bit of trouble here. So let's see. What was this again? Fire, Ice, and Electric. I think we'd take Acriston actually for the Ice counter. Then who would he go with? Who still needed a Lionel? Somebody did. It's Kino. It's not really someone who's going to do much for elemental counters, but yes, he is because of the fusion attacks that you can do, so. And Lago also needs Lionel. they can't both get the kill though, so it will have to be. Okay, let's go Kia and Lago then. Lago can be our all-purpose fusion tool for some of that stuff, and then we just need to make sure we get a sync attack on them, because then we have the potential for using Kia being at a very high level to just power through everything.
I'll cut them all down.
I must see you to safety, my queen.
I think that should work out. Let's check our weapon situation first. So we're very close to capped on steel, so we do in fact need to drop a few enhancements somewhere along the way. Do we have any that are kind of agnostic to what we're spending them on? Yes, we do. Do we have more two-handers specifically? Let me take a look here. First one is longsword. So we have one two-hander here. We have one here that's not nearly as good in terms of damage. We might actually want to buff up something like the Stone Smasher since it's got a huge initial damage, rather than having Claymore as our second option, because the damage is just too low on it, perhaps. Unless there's something significant going on with the speed, but sell at higher prices. Yeah, we don't really need those as such currently. Let's see. Let's go with that category. Lower rush damage 18. That's really quite nice. We probably want to save that though. And then maybe we spend some of these to try to get up to, oops, hang on, 5. Sure, let's go with that first. And let's actually break a few weapons as well. Let's sell some things off. If we have some that are really not that interesting. We don't need a redundant feathered edge, for instance. We probably only need the stronger one of these. I mean, we can just sell off a lot of things in general. It's just that when you have some redundant types, we probably won't discover anything that interesting about them if they have low initial damage to begin with. So, anything else that we need to look at? Castle Guard sword, wooden stick. That's fine. Maybe sell off the Zora sword here. And we've got lots of steel too. Take care of it at this point. If we can get the trident up a spot. And then what else can we spend here? Lots of one-handers. I mean, we can try to cap this weapon out, but we can also work on Zelda's for a bit and see if we can get it closer to the line for level 8. Anything on the bow? Not so much. Oh, we could have buffed this one too, I guess, but that's okay. In terms of the two-hander, yes, we wanted to work on the other two-hander. And this one we might just need to see. How come we're not getting much higher than that? Let's plug this in, this one, then we can put in one of the other ones, and some of these will go to waste, but that's okay. Any skill damage, flurry rush damage. We'll go XP, I think. Oh no, that's not going to match the type. Let's go Flurry Rush. For a two-hander, though? Let's go Special Attack. And yeah, again, some of this will be wasted. The sell price one we don't really care about. Oh, hang on, this is not going to get up to level 5, so let's go back here for a moment. Yeah, so these pieces we don't care about, and then we'll plug in one additional one for fusion effect here. Flare Rusher Special. Let's go Special. We'll eventually want to get this one up to 7, but not super urgent yet, so... Yeah, because then we just have a better two-hander to work with there now. And we put Kino in that one instead. Regular attack combo finisher may deal fire damage to weak point. That's good against the ice enemy that we had going, though, so... Oh, we weren't even using it, though. We were using Lago this time. So that's not going to be too relevant. Let's just continue then. Where was that map? It was... Let's take a look at the list again. Yeah, this one here.
This may suffice.
Okay, so which category is the damage reduction on? It's actually on this one. I actually think we will generally move towards that. And... we may even move this one towards the sync gauge. Except we want elemental counters on this map, so it makes sense to stick with that. So yeah, we need a sync strike between them, otherwise we should play Lago for some diffusion, I think. We'll find out. As long as he gets the kill on the Lionel, that's the main thing. And getting down an electric Lionel under time conditions might be tricky. Yeah, look at that, it's actually a shrine. I hadn't seen this kind of setting here before. Objective time runs out. Well, we'll see how tightly tuned it's going to be. So what does Lago need? Defeat one Lionel, perform 3 elemental chains as anybody. We can do that. Let's see who's here. Fire? Okay, we'll just ice them up. Actually, as Kia, we have water, so... let's just plug this in and just have water going everywhere, and that'll be easy enough. Now, it's got a 12-minute counter, so I wonder... if that's a combined timer for everybody. Because if it is... that in some ways actually simplifies some things. Let's... hang on. Because then we just try to buy time for the Lionel when it comes. Come on, just spray it down. Just spray it down. I think that the water would douse it a little bit better here. Let's maybe go for a fire choo-choo here instead. Oh, no counter available. We're taking too long on this. Might have to go a hydrant here. or ice, so we can actually get a continuous effect on it. Okay. Yeah, we need to just bust him down quickly, I think. But is Fire Moblin and his allies a set of all fire? No, it's a set of ice. Good. Except, of course, we don't have much in the way of fire effects on these characters, but that's okay. We have batteries for that, and we have fusion for that, moreover. Oh, totally whipped that.
Over here, predictable.
Okay, now let's see. Let's spray him down this way until battery's down. Then we can go fusion for the rest. So let's find something we can use here. And we have batteries. We shouldn't spend too many batteries here. Fusion also has a cooldown. We can't just chain it forever and ever, but we'll be able to get much of that down. Smash before we get out of here. In fact, that even knocked down the boss goblin from knockback, which works out pretty well for us. We do need a sync strike system at some point. I don't know if we'll actually sufficiently build up meter over the course of this map for that to happen, but I'll just whip him and take him down this way. Kinda works, I guess. Punch him in the face a little bit. And Flurry Rush will do the rest. Let's just smoke him this way. Okay, that'll be quick. 10 minutes now to deal with the electric Lionel. Lago needs to get the kill. And Lago needs to build up a little bit of meter for the pair up anyway, so. Okay, Sync Strike. We'll take off that achievement. Or that quest item, rather. Not that water's gonna do much here. As here. Oh, missed the counter. That's okay. Let's just drop the finisher. Yeah, obviously with the electric shield up, we're not able to do very much. I think the point is to show you that the electric shield is not really just going to go down anytime soon. So as long as Lago gets the kill, we're okay. And yeah, we just need a lot of the positional counters to work out. And we've got time. We've got 9 minutes to deal with this. We're already halfway. That was explosive. Oh, yeah, unfortunately he's got a short range countering ability, so we can't just catch Lionel from that far off. But the dodging certainly helps.
Predictable.
Predictable, apparently. Yeah, at short range, then we can get this counter down rather nicely. Let's just smoke him with maybe one of the fusion attacks. Maybe even a swift cutter or something. Oh, not currently available. No, let's get out. Yeah, we just need a dodge wall and counter him accordingly. We should actually build up meter as Kia for the next Sync Strike perhaps, but
My queen.
Okay. Now, yeah, this will go down easily. We're not worried about time at all, but we'll see how the rest of this draft goes. Oh, also, Lago needs to kill. We cannot forget. And he'll get it. I think we got it anyway. Let's see if it registers properly with the completed quest at the end, and indeed it does. We didn't actually do the elemental chain at any point, but that's okay. We were busy. And we'll get a bow for Rafika. Those have been hard to come by. Getting the bow upgraded. Anything new on the map for that? Yes. So, improves stagger resistance on everybody. That's nice. And do we have this on tracker already? Yes, we did. Okay. How are we doing for inventory? Not too badly, but let's dump some bow upgrades on. Okay, anyway. Then see which side mission we're doing next. Maybe we'll just clean up the surface first and then take the depths in the sky after that, or... Well, we'll see, because the treasure in the depths, the nice thing about this one is that we can get the rock spawn quest out of the way for Zelda and spawn whatever is next on her board. So we'll see what makes most sense in terms of the party we take down there. This is all constructs up here as well. Okay, so seeking treasure in the depths. Let's check the quest board. Time bomb into the Fox's mouth, so we'll need somebody to do that. That's easy enough. We can fill in the Kia and Cadlin quests. We might not have too many opportunities. Artie's got quite a lot that she can do as well. Are there going to be a bit of goblins down here, actually? Maybe we should do that. Yeah, because Artie can just naturally fill this over the course of that quest. Defeat 150 as the Knight Construct using a spear. We actually should use that. Knight Construct has something with Bronza going on as well. Yeah, in that case, I think we go... Knight Construct and... Artie, perhaps. Knight Construct on a spear. Although the thing about the side characters is that sometimes we don't get much of an opportunity to
There's battle to prepare for.
deal them in, except with quests like this, so... Anyway, Knight Construct is already on a spear, which works out nicely. Do we want to change it to a different spear? Fire damage and that. No, I think we'll keep this one for now. Then, yeah, we don't need a fusion attack on A, actually. I feel like that hasn't really been what we're working with. Because we've been just selecting fusion attacks from the menu as we need elements, I think that tends to work a little bit better. but whatever matches up nicely with muscle memory, I guess. Okay, so no, we don't want Lago. We wanted Artie, I think.
The field of battle is where we Gerudo belong.
Unless we wanted Ronza to get their sync attack down. And yeah, she's on a two-hander. We can actually try out a new two-hander with her and get her leveled up a little bit. Since she's really kind of lagging behind when it comes to levels at the moment. I think maybe that makes more sense.
Or what?
Then we can put her on the Stone Smasher just to see what happens. Okay, Night Construct needs 150 as a spear, then Ronza can do the rest. And then we need to bomb the Frogs.
Feeling good about this.
And naturally we'll want to go level up for this one. Onward.
We're off.
Using a spear, Night Construct can strike down foes near and far with extensible arms. Interesting. And then, do we have... Oh yeah, I guess the battery ability is assigned there. Let's go bombs then. Oh, we should have put the battery on A with the Knight and put bombs back on bottom because, again, muscle memory. I don't remember what we set up for the battery ability on whoever else had it. I think it was Minoru. Let's just keep things as is. However, Zonai device effects, we should see. Oh, I see, because as the spear, we actually don't have a lot of the elemental effects configured yet. Rocket and Time Bomb, but we don't have... Oh, okay, so we actually can set these. These are empty slots. Or rather, this one was an empty slot for this combo. So let's... Well, let's go Frosted. X wall with bombs, perhaps. That's on a 3-1. On the 1-1, that gives you the Time Bomb. There. Standard bomb, like that. Does it? Yeah, using battery to do it, but... Hang on, let's try this. Okay. Plays very smoothly, actually. The spear here, there's something just very fluid about it. Got a nice game feel to it. Okay. And then we'll get a counter going this way. Wait, so was it actually the Sync Strike that we needed as Shalani? Not Shalani, as Ronza, rather. Ronza Sync Strike as the Night Construct. Okay, yeah, we'll do that. We have it available, so we'll do it with the next part up here. How's the Knight doing for number of KOs? Only 28 so far. Yeah, so we need to get that going. And then we can switch to Ronza for leveling purposes. Okay, so we can sync up here. And then... Oh! Yeah, that's a hold. That's a timing one. Just need to play it like a rhythm game, rhythmically. I have to remember that with a lot of the Gerudo warriors. Did we even get that correctly? Or did that not register? Right, okay, that worked. Oh, A little late. But that's okay, we got it. On the cannon. Yeah, actually the elemental effects in the combos do use up some energy here, so we do need to be aware of that. But we can just counter the shield that way with the time bomb that's on the 1-1 combo. And that'll take it down easily. So we are on a timer, we shouldn't forget that. Also, why is there something off to the side? We'll check. Oh, just more frogs and socks. And actually, there is just a crate for battery, which we will... Oh, for Bright Bloom Seed as well. That's very nice. We needed it for a quest. With some of these side missions here, we often forget to check for things you can pick up on the map, given that... Okay, so we want bombardment for this one. Let's see. Does that act as a bomb? Let's do this. There we go. And so much for Zelda's quest. We better jump off though. That's quite a nice set of extensions there on the spear attack. And then let's jump off again for a moment. We got the quest down. At this point we should just switch to Ronza and try to get it leveled up a bit perhaps. I feel like this club weapon is maybe better for breaking rocks up here anyway.
Out of my way.
She'll teleport to the ground to do the finisher there. That's alright. Look at how zoomed out the camera is. It's such a small timing circle because we had to zoom out so far and it actually did affect what the timing circle looked like in proportion. Okay. There are quite a few timed attacks we need to do with even the strong combos, in fact. We should be aware of when she's spinning with the crusher. Oops. Let me counter this. There we go. Jump on and break some of this.
Out of my way.
Totally spamming away through some of those timing circles, but it's alright. We'll manage, I think. Hang on. Better heal up. Let's do the aerial counter here with the manual aim. We never did get that 150 KOs, did we? For the spear, there's not enough enemies to go around on this map.
Let's go then.
Or maybe we did. I actually didn't take a look. Well, we'll find out at the end of the map. Okay, nice big sweep. And the spin works nicely, mostly, but we didn't quite get it down.
for this?
And we can prolong the spin a little bit, and this should do it. And that's a slam. Oh, new objective. That's great. More battles. We're only on 94 KOs, so actually we should do this. And see what awaits. Oh, because you get to pick up the treasure in the shrine, so we get to open the chest. And finish it this way. That's interesting. That's the first time I've seen this in the game where it doesn't just end the map upon blowing up the boss, but I suppose they wanted this to conclude properly. Only 94 KOs in this map, though. Not much to go around. But we will clear Zelda's quest board, and it'll be nice to see how that progresses. That's a good bit of treasure there. And even more unlocks in the depths. Looks like that gets into more constructs, and possibly that looks like one of the higher tier Froxes. So Rauru is going to want in this one. Ronza might even come back for another round then, because we needed a Ronza Rauru combo at some point. Let's see what else is available here on the tracker in case we need anything. We'll deal with weapons first. If we can get more two-hander upgrades on a Stone Smasher, we will. But it's not too much to go around right now that will be useful to us. However, how are we doing? 40 and 45. We should spend at least something. Another one-hander here. Then what do we have in terms of things that do not have effects to waste just yet? Not much more than that, actually. Oh, whoops. Let's do it. Do we want to waste one of the effects? Actually, the enhancement one will just activate automatically here, so we should in fact use it. And just clear things out a little bit here. We should also see Zelda's next quest board, just in case that's relevant to our selection. For the sake of this era. Yeah, Rauru is required for the next depths map, so we will take him almost certainly. Well, let's see here. With Ronza, so we can get the deployment done. So let's see, what do we have? Spears. Anything else we wanted to fill in? Not for now, I think. We'll be content with this until we have a chance to do a little bit more management. Yeah, some of these are likely to be sold off anyway. When do we upgrade to Castle Guard Spear? Well, at some point. But yeah, we'll end up selling off most of these, I'm sure. Even some of these ones, like Moblin Arms, Bokoblin Arms. There must be something interesting that you can get out of upgrading these like crazy, though. But we don't really want to spend resources on that just yet. So, next map then. Time-limited restricted allies. Oh, Let's see how restricted it is, apart from requiring Rauru. I think that's all that restriction is. And yeah, Ron's a level up quite nicely, up to 34 last map.
I have high hopes for you.
We might want to continue grinding that up. Spear of Light, Stone Smasher. We'll stick with this, I think.
Oh, maybe this.
And yeah, running a little bit low on some of the meat here, but we know we can buy more meat at the shop, so it really doesn't matter. We can always just restock between battles. So on we go.
To battle.
Okay. Blue-white frocks, yeah. Let's tag that. Investigate the depths before the enemy force is running rampant. Yeah, so we should do this relatively quickly. Does mean that we'll bomb this immediately. Now, is there anything we can do here to improve what we're doing? Yeah, might as well just use the power and see how quickly we can burn him down. Not very quickly, actually. Yeah, we'll need to get some kind of synchronization going and just poke in the eye. Oh. Actually, a projectile counter, like on the Ultra Hand, would have been more useful. We should consider that. We have that on A as Rauru, if we can remember to use it. So if the Frox is going for the projectiles, then we should go for that. Whoop. Except maybe I shouldn't have spent that. Burnt the overall cooldown.
I leave this to you.
Except we can counter with something else battery based, like the rocket. That works. Time is going to be of the essence here, depending on what we fight next after this guy.
That won't do.
Ready to complete something here. Oh. Okay, once again, we can just go rocket, I think, and then enter like that. Hopefully we can just get the weak points shattered in a moment here before we get thrown off like that. Well, okay. Oh, Ultra Hand on cooldown, so all the unique skills on cooldown. However, we can have Bomb. Great. Yeah, we're taking a little long with this guy, but we'll knock him down like this, and then maybe we can get a Sync Strike going. If we can use Rose Boom to poke him in the eye, that would be best. We're aiming a little low, unfortunately. We can go with a Rhythmic Attack here, and that went alright. Could have been better, I think. Maybe dump a special on him. These are pretty heavily armored though, that's not going to do much. But we can get the weak point. Yeah, there is a jump on interaction, but we just haven't really been able to good use of that yet. Aerial counter. There's a weak point.
Out of my way.
And she'll slam it.
Nothing to worry about.
Okay, next objective. Unless there's anything to loot here. Shades appeared. Yeah, so we need to be quick about this part. You would think that the light attacks as Rauru will do alright against the shades, though. We'll see who appears as the gatekeeper. And yeah, Rauru has a better cooldown here, which is good because then we can just go with a tier, and a tier actually just busts us down immediately. Oh. Yeah, skills are actually quite powerful down here. Very quick cooldown on everything, so. Forward we go. Now, next gate, we'll maybe want some battery. And we'll have a rather gloomy construct over here. Let's construct 2. Let's have a chance to come down first, and then we'll see if the cooldown gets us anything to work with. And then the Flurry Rush will maybe get us over the line as well, maybe, close to it. Oh, we should have actually done the aerial counter against that, but that's okay. Know that for next time. We're not on a timer anymore, so at this point we just need to take it down and we'll be fine. We should actually see about those elemental chains as well. I think that's just combinations like ice and bomb. Or something to that effect, or like water and electricity. For example, we're going to set this down and then make it vulnerable this way. I don't know. So it's just sitting in this position and. Oh, hang on, she's totally in the wrong spot. Oh, because we assigned her to the position, we never assigned her to the flux. Okay. That was a bit of waste. Okay. Maybe we can get the weak point down.
Now then. I leave this to you.
King Hyrule.
Strength flows
Yeah,
through
we
me.
can do some kind of manual aim towards the weak point. That would be great, but
In Hyrule's name. I have you.
should not be an issue at this point, though.
I'll help.
We just take a while to do this.
Got you.
Classic Xenoblade attack, really. With all the timing circles that you need to hit.
Out of my way.
That takes it down. A shade-possessed construct. Okay, more steel without properties, that's good. And then more materials across the board. Let's see if the depths just go on and on. The way they like to do. But it'll... Yeah, ready to complete an unknown world. What was... Oh, I see. Yes. So we got enough of the seeds for Raffica now.
Well, isn't this a thrill?
And we'll put this in place of the time bomb. On the assignment. Okay, now what's next? Well, let's see first of all what we need to clear here. Perhaps continue to work on Spear here. And then we can have a slot to fill with one-handers. I mean, Zelda's up on 8 at this point. We can get her closer to 9, though, maybe. Just work on that. Okay, so next will be... three choices here: South Death Mountain, Demel Forest, and the Sky Island up here. I think once again we should determine this based on which quests we're on the way to filling. Somebody needed bokoblins. I think it was Artie who needed bokoblins. We should take her into one of these, perhaps. There's a Anox map, then we'll take Zelda and Agriston. Let me just check these once again. Now the question is, does the Stalnox count? I think it actually does. So in which case we should take those two in there. Yeah, because I think when you do the skeletal equivalents of each of the enemies, it does in fact count towards the type. From what we had seen previously, so let's do it.
Time to make ready.
I'll do all that I can.
We haven't really played much of Zelda recently anyway, and the manual aim on her can go for the eyes.
Battle is as certain as clouds in the sky.
Now
Let
he
us
needs
join
a certain
forces
number,
in Hyrule's name.
so we'll there's them first probably. Let's take a look.
Looking forward to this.
Might as well play for levels on them too, since they're not that much above the line when it comes to the recommendation for this one.
Forward now!
Okay, rain everywhere as well. Let me just take a quick look here. Defeat 200. You've already got weak point smashes. And then we need a sync strike.
Agriston!
I'm on it!
Okay. Then let's make sure that we've got everybody assigned. Oh, look at that. That's a very quick smash here. Oop. You know what? He's got a bomb combo though. But we need to stand away from the Bokoblin while executing the bomb combo. Otherwise, we'd crash against the shield. But yeah, anyway, it just goes down quickly. Okay, and then Avalanche Slam is on cooldown, so let's just go Standard Bomb. I mean, he's got a bombardment effect on his attacks naturally, so we don't really need to go for that, but dash in for the follow-up. And then yeah, we do want to take out a lot of the smaller random enemies along the way because we do need it for his quest to fill in 200. Now we had a Sync Strike available as Zelda now, so for the next major enemy we'll be going for that. But yeah, we do need to fill in about another 50 kills or so with him. Let's get in position though. And Zelda has to be the one who takes down Stalnox. Okay, finally got some enemies to cut through and give us a little bit of texture here. Guess we should get within sync range of Zelda. Where's Zelda going? Already overshooting. Oh no, she's coming to this gate. Where's Zelda? Let's get in range. High five. Time for a chain attack. And then, how are we doing for the quest here? Okay, so he's finished, so let's just take this out and we'll probably switch to Zelda for the rest. Bombardment effects are really quite good against all the skeletal enemies, so. Rolls right over him as before, and then that's down. Okay. We've got plenty of time to spare by the looks of it. So let's pick a fight with the Stalnox. There it is. Camera totally wasn't focused against it. Let's go for the eyes. See, the thing about Zelda is that she can just go for the eyes whenever she wants. Too bad the gyro just isn't as sensitive as I'd like, though. I'd actually
Not yet. I won't fall.
wish it had a few more control options attached to it. Yeah, because I'm actually not able to tilt my controller high enough to shoot it sometimes. It's something where I want a lot more sensitivity, and I wish it detected on the right hand rather than the left, even though we've gotten around that problem by using the grip. But I have to tilt it like all the way up to a 90-degree angle or so to get it. Oh, wrong counter. That's okay. So we have to point it down initially in order to raise the gyro high enough to reach for the eyes, in some sense. Okay. Oh, missed counter. It was on cooldown anyway. Yeah, I really wish there were more gyro settings. So I could play as comfortably as I'd like with the free aim. But I better heal her up just in case. Okay, let's bring her back here. We should have used a projectile counter on that, but I always forget to use projectile counters. Oops. What does he even have here? Temporal counter on ZR. Didn't Zelda have a tier ability though? Or does she not get that for plot reasons? She does not have a tier ability. I guess it makes sense that she doesn't because of how she actually used a tier in Tears of the Kingdom. But the Sacred Stone, rather. We've got a nice little recall here that we didn't really intend to control, but that's okay. Oh, really need to get out of its way here. We let it way out of range. Come on. Oh, it's down, technically. I want to give it some distance so I can point to its eyes properly and take it down a fancy way. Like that. Yeah, because it's Zelda, the manual targeting is so useful. But okay, we can flurry rush by going side dodge around to spin. Oh, his aerial counter is way off target. He's nowhere in the neighborhood. Because he's not actually targeted on the Stalnox, I guess. Okay.
Lady Zelda!
Allow me.
Yeah, because it's so far out of position. Where did it even go? There we go. Anyway, Zelda does have to get the kill. We are way off in terms of damage requirement on it, though. We haven't really been playing it very well. A little bit of bombardment could help, obviously. Oh, still on cooldown. Okay, now we can go for the eyes properly. Whoop, should have gone for the projectile defense there, but we missed it. There we go. Actually, let's just burn this down. Burn the eye, maybe. Can we? Not really. We really need to do the projectile counter properly, but let's just go for a high five attack. Okay, finally, weak point smash. Have to stay on Zelda for as long as we can just to make sure she gets skill. Oh, we can actually get frost effect on it and bomb it out of there. Yeah, so we got the elemental chains. That's one of them, Ice Bomb. Bomb does count as an element for those purposes. Oh. This should take it. Zelda's pleased to play even a small part here. I think she played a fairly sizable part. But she's reluctant to take credit, and that's fine. Okay, lots of quests filled that time. That'll be quite helpful. A little bit of strain on the wrist there, I think, with having to tilt the controller so far for the free aim. I really wish they would correct some of the gyro issues with the patch, so it has the motion aiming feeling as good as it does for many other Switch games, Tears of the Kingdom included. You know, just have a nice free aim on the right hand that doesn't cause any issues. With a higher sensitivity as well. Or a sensitivity setting, I should say. I know some people just like to aim with a stick. We can't stand aiming with sticks, so. The more helpful a gyro is, the better. Okay, even more side quests before we can really properly proceed. Counter-offensive, yeah, we'll prioritize that one. And then there's another treasure one here for another 4K with a Lionel on it. This one, somebody needs to take an Ox, so we'll do that perhaps. Goblins as well. Let's see the weapon situation first. Just to see what we can clear out of the way. Everything has effects at this point. And that will no doubt be squandered. Actually, let me make sure none of these were just the 150% XP, because that's just very freely usable. That's fine, we'll leave things as is. Hey, quest-wise. More weapon enhancements. More elemental weak points. And yeah, lightning on water. Kia and Catalan might be a good one to fill in for this one, actually. Or Rafika. For that Lionel body count at some point. Oh yes, okay, he needed Hinoxes. So yeah, maybe we took Kino in with somebody. Maybe even Night Construct. Depending on what we needed. So yeah, Ash Swamp, that's gonna have electric monsters. So we'll see what happens. I think it makes sense to go, you know, Night Construct for this one. And then we might have to stay on that. Well, there's going to be keys here, so we'll be changing some things around regardless. But again, let's just fill in quests. The construct and spear.
A rather sturdy construct you are.
Onward.
You know, do we want to keep on Forest Dweller, or do we want to switch him over to Stone Smasher? Let's switch him around. Let's see how he does with it.
This could work.
And let's play.
We enter the fray.
Likely what will happen today is we'll go as far as actually doing one main story mission. So it's not just a 100% side quest stream, but it's not likely to be too much more than that. Speaking of which, let's look at the outpost here. Okay. We'll rush this one down pretty quickly. We could switch, but we could just go for this. Okay. fact, we can even go for some bombardment here to try to get the last chain attack going. Oh, that totally didn't work. Counter going here. And then let's go for bomb again. There we go, that's the elemental chain completed. Okay, we're a little on time. But yeah, Knight Construct has that quest done, so yeah, Kino is luckily in position to just smack him in. That's the outpost. And then we've got time to spare for proceeding. We'll do some kind of sync strike once we're actually there. There'll be more map to see after this, of course. Not sure how effective this one will be. But we'll take it. And we've got an electric one coming, so Kino will need to take that one down. We'll get to it. Oh, totally off target. Alright, we have... Oop, too much lightning. Yeah, the enemies are going to gang up on us in a moment here, so let's get this down while we still can. Spears everywhere, and then let's see, we might even be able to just chip it down with a fuse. Once we get the weak point down, we should be able to take it out. Now we can focus on the other guy. Let's see what we can do here. There we go, right in the face. And dump some of this on him while he's down. And we get us the weak point in a moment as well.
No mercy.
Okay, about halfway down here. So long read as possible on the projectile counter. We just don't tend to catch it very well. Okay, might as well build up the special a little bit here. Off of all these surrounding enemies. Oh, hang on. Didn't expect him to be down immediately. Okay, we didn't actually get to kill his Kino. I didn't expect him to go down right this minute. Because, yeah, it just walks away. But, right, because capturing the outpost is actually the objective, not defeating it. So, alright. Kind of missed out on the quest that we were going for. I think. Not too bad. It's okay, more bows for Ravka, and then we'll put in some of those. Yeah, I didn't expect the construct to actually get to kill that time, so. But we just drove that one off the map. Okay, let's do some plugging in. Spend every D1 handle we get on Zelda for the time being. Did we get a two-hander that we can use in conjunction with this current weapon? Let's see. Not really, but we'll have to just use some of this at some point. Just figuring out what we also want to upgrade in terms of spears. Yeah, maybe just continue stacking here then. We're running really tight up against the limit at this point though, so let's find out what to do with it. Let's prioritize getting Stone Smasher up to 7 so we can unlock the effect if we have enough to work with here. What a waste. I don't think we can get up to 7 though with what we have. That's unless we spend the pure one, and that's definitely a bit of a waste. We don't get the effect on it. Anyway, we can spend some of this stuff though. We want a hexagon and an next effect at 10, but obviously won't be the sell price one. But yeah, and all of these have pluses on them, so, you know, we... Okay, let's spend this. Then, yeah, anything kind of low tier will maybe dump on it. And just eat the cost. Even with a single plus, I think we will just dump some of this on. And we'll see what the level 10 slot is. We don't have a single level 10 slot yet, and so it makes a certain amount of sense to go for that. Or even to do this with Minoru's weapon. Actually, we do that instead since she's already on 9. With Zelda, we want to put something to get her over the line for 9. But then we can switch over to Minoru for the rest. And just see what happens at 10. Because we don't know. But her distance to it is a little bit closer. We'll just spend some of these. Yeah, we don't really care about a sell price one. Then special attack charge rate. So we might need to keep this for a shape though. We don't expend too many of those. We underuse special attacks, we know that. Let's go for that. And currently apply another seal to his weapon. Yes. Oh wait, hang on. Hang on. We actually then want something that will match resonance. Oh, that's an attack plus 15 though. Oh, I see. So it's unlocking the level 10 at this point. So why wouldn't we? So now her Royal Mace is up at a 48. Okay. But then you can't actually level up beyond 10 at this point. So the 2 remaining unlocks would need to come out of something else. Maybe there's something that's gated behind main quest progression or something else, but... or some other enhancement that you need to apply to the weapon first. But it looks like it will cap out at 10. Yeah, that's pretty significant though. In which case, let's see, there's something we can do with the bow here? Yes. Okay, now that slims down the inventory a little, so that's what we wanted. Got a diamond. And let's see about quest once again. Okay, still on 3 maps here. So right, we wanted something. We took Construction Kino to the previous map. This has the Lionel, this has the keys as well that we need for somebody. Trying to remember who that was. That's Pinnock. Maybe we take Pinnock and Vence. If it's not a time limited mission, because Vence is really underleveled right now. Assuming we even have Fuse on him. Lego's got some kind of mystery quest that is not revealed. Kino needs to fill in the Lionel quest though, so maybe we take him in instead. Okay. And Pinnock and Kino then, I think. It is time limited, so we
What's the best use of my time?
may need to be cautious, but we'll take him.
I shall never know defeat.
Let's be off. This could work.
And yeah, we can buy more as we go. Also, we can just go... Oh wait, that's not the right type. Does this go insects or meats? This is damage from enemies though. We want level instead, I think. Let's just stick with this for the time being. We'll buy more meat when we run out. Okay, so Pinnock against the keys, Kino against everything else, I would say. And we'll hopefully not get into time trouble.
I make for battle. I know you'll try.
Going in.
Actually, we need to level up Pinnock anyway. Let's just stay on him. Investigate before the monsters run rampant. 6 minutes, that's fine. Bust this guy down. And then we'll get a couple of counters down here. Okay, and then Bomb's gonna do us to counter on this guy as well. That's a quick fort. Stem bulbs. I think we needed that for some character. And here are the keys. Not very many. Hardly any to work with, actually. You need to take them to so many maps just to fill that in.
I'll not show mercy.
Totally with the counter there, so let's see. Come over here instead and synchronize. And fill in Zelda's quest in the meantime.
In support.
Up to you now.
The honor is mine.
Oh. We had the fan counter, but totally missed it. Oh. We have a counter available. There we go.
Say goodbye.
You shall perish.
We have something that we can fuse into him. Try to knock him down quickly. Works better to go elemental against that kind of thing, though.
No, you can do it. The honor is mine.
Oh. Okay, I've got the counter up and running. Which should get us the weak point kill. And we have time to spare for the position that we need to get to, so let's... Yeah, it doesn't seem we see any more keys along the way, ideally. Electric Lionel. So yeah, Kino needs to get the kill on this one, but we'll see how we get there. Okay, team attack.
You're finished. And another. How's this?
And we'll just get down slowly.
No mercy.
Okay, some of the way down. Oh, we need some kind of lightning on water combo at some point, but it's an electric Lionel. I don't know if that's necessarily going to work here. I know we need it for somebody quest. Yeah, use 2 lightning attacks in your bodies of water. That works. We'll just fill that in.
I stand with you. I'll not
Do we have a counter ready? There we go.
if you would.
We've been building up the meter pretty quickly, actually, on these ones. Okay, that's relatively brisk progression on this fight, actually. We do, however, need to make sure Kino gets the kill, so... Otherwise we'll miss it like last time.
Just warming up.
Oh, get out.
In support.
And we'll just lob that. That should fill the quest, I think. And there's actually another objective, which I didn't realize. Oh, that's for the treasure, isn't it? If it's just another treasure box conclusion. For the 4,000 rupees and then some. That's why we clear space for Zonite Steel ahead of time. Okay. More elemental combat completed, and we even got a sapphire for that other quest down below. I didn't know when that was going to come, so. We'll get a Castle Guards Claymore. And we'll spend some of these. To continue getting some of our main cast weapons up to 10, perhaps. Okay, that's all done. Let's, again, just clear up a little bit of space here. Woozy on spear, Kia's on spear. Let's just continue building into her when we can. Yeah, some of the lower tier ones we'll just dump, I think. Clear some space as we go. And maybe we can just get her all the way up to 10 right now with another 2 rounds or so. Yeah, some of this we really just need to be willing to use. We'll need some additional resonance with 2 more upgrades in here. We got 2 that are Sync Strike, we'll just take one of those. And then, I see it, because then we can apply whatever the remaining slot is, in which case we should reorder this. Yeah, we should have noticed that actually with the other level 10 slot that we had earlier, so we could have put something a little more dramatic on Minoru's weapons, since we had better options available, I think, than the low tier upgrade. At some point we're going to want to peel off the sell at higher prices one off of this weapon, because that's just wasting a slot. But we'll get the seal resonance for attack plus 15, and that'll be a very significant bonus. Bows at some points. More special attacks, more unique skills. Wonder actually we just go. Not quite over the line yet though, so let's not do that. As far as one-handers go, I guess Zelda's still in one-hander. We'll worry about the rest later. However, let's see, because if you have 5... So we need to spend 6 of these, and then we'll pick one that matches Hexagon. None of these are great right now, though. Special attack charge rates. Recharge energy is usually pretty good, though. Let's stay off of this for a moment. Okay, so how are we doing? We've freed up a lot of slots at this point. Any redundancies we need to take care of? We'll sell out some of the weaker ones eventually, but I think we're okay for now. Alright, so actually we should see about what the remove seal cost is on the Let's go Trident. Also, but we want to see what's available for spears. Just a moment here. Just need to look at this to match the shape accordingly if we're taking off that one. Okay, no, we shouldn't mess with this yet then. Because the sell price hexagon currently can't really be replaced by another hexagon. So we better leave that. Okay. Challenges, what next? South Death Mountain and seeking treasure on Sky Island. So this is constructs, this is goblins, etc. Which probably means Artie. Be the one taking that down. Let me just check. Or we can go Kia and Cudlin if we really wanted. Artie's going to be able to fill in the whole quest this round though, so that might be more beneficial. Yeah, some of these we can't do until we do a main quest. We should actually just go maybe Artie and Vince, and then Vince can level up and fill in some of this. Assuming Vince is able to fuse right now, I actually don't know if he can. There's a way to check. We will see what we had previously upgraded. Basic actions. Can he fuse yet? Yeah, he has fuse. Okay. How does Shalani get fused then? I guess that's just not available on the map yet. Okay, let's go Vince and Artie. On this one then. Artie needs to go for goblins, Vince needs to go for fuse attacks. Let's check this once more. Fuse attacks on weak points. And Artie will do basically everything else.
We must never neglect our preparations.
All for the Garuda.
I'm right behind you.
Okay, Vince is
Not a
on
problem.
Forest
Ready,
Dweller. I don't know if we have a better choice. I think we'll stay on that. Instantly defeat weak enemies. That'll work well. Okay, let's go.
It never hurts to try.
And we even looted meat last time, so we don't need to buy from the shop.
Taking wing.
Okay, Artie against Bokoblins. I don't know if we'll even get 100 of them on not this small, but we'll do what we can. Take out all the ones on the side we can before we knock down the whole fort. Is the next captain even available yet? It kind of is. So if anything, we should send the events up there so Artie can do Bokoblins. We're not on a timer, so I'll just take out whatever I can first. And worry about the rest later. I mean, this will also perhaps come natural in later maps, but the further along with the quest progression we can get on each character, the better, I think. We're running out of goblins here. 72 here. Yeah. Oh, more coming down. That's good. We'll keep them out as we go. So no doubt we'll run into a few more that we can deal with along the way. We've got to take this one out though, at this point. Was that really a close one? I don't know about that. Let's take out these ones still. So, are there even 100 bokoblins on this map? We really don't know, but I guess we'll have to find out. It's gonna get into the Horriblin zone though. And that's okay. We need, I think, generally 200 KOs with her anyway. So events needed weak points and fuse. We'll do that momentarily. Okay, let's do something here. This will allocate it depending on which resources we have. Just whittle him down. Oh, missed a counter. Same idea, we'll just do the second fuse attack as him, and then we just need another weak point with him afterwards, I think. Whoops. Countered like crazy. That's okay, we'll just do a spray down with some Zonai devices. We can get the weak point smashed, and there's two. I think we might need a third one perhaps? We'll find out.
Watch and learn. So much for them.
Okay. More quest to fill. Let's go fire Aracuda, and then at least we got some of the elemental objective on Zelda done as well, which will help with either fire or freeze. Yeah, Artie's only at 89 bokoblins so far. We'll get back to her so she can actually fill in more of the enemy quest, perhaps. And where was our other fellow here? Deplete 2 weak point gauges using fuse attacks. So we performed 2 fuse attacks, but we didn't actually get the depletion. So we'll need to actually have the fuse attacks finished of our... We should have read this beforehand to remember that we could have done that. But that's okay. We'll just switch back to Artie for a moment and
Simple enough.
see absolutely no bokoblins in sight to finish that quest. Anyway, fire Aracuda, that'll help for the quest to take down enemies with fire shield if we leave the shield on. But as vents, we will be going for some of the fuse depletion, I think, if we can. So the fuse needs to break the shield completely. There we go. And then if we can do another one, we will. Yeah, there we go. Look, he's all done. And other than that, we can... Well, first of all, just plug in some battery. Second, just do a bit more freezing all around just to build in more of that elemental quest. 196, yeah, we would like to do slightly more here. Battery. We actually want to shield back up for next kill after that. But yeah, let's try to finish it with a shield up. Oh, that was actually frozen, so I guess maybe that doesn't count. That's okay. How are we doing for the quest? 197. We're just out of enemies that we can fight. Let's unbind this for a moment. We can freeze this guy. There's only one here. We're just out of enemies. We're so close to going in some of these quests. That's okay. We can do it on the next map. It's really not that important. Okay, there we go. That big point, and then yes. Even though we fell just short of most of the quests we were going for. Yeah, look at that. Just shortened Zelda's quest by 3. Shortened the goblins. And the general enemy quest. Or so slightly. That's okay. It just means we need to take Artie into another map and dump some more elements on things. Okay, at this point, we take all this and get ever closer to getting back to the main quest in a map or two, maybe. Depending on what else unlocks. Yeah, more unlocks. Look at that. Defend a territory. We'll prioritize this as usual. We still have the Keys quest to fill with somebody, I think. And we'll see who it makes sense to take in. Yeah, we'll take Artie in to finish her quest. Then who needed the key still? Was that still active? Yeah, Pinnock still needed that, so. 2 fuse attacks is Ronza as well. Maybe we'll do that. Well, no, we can take Ronza into a different map, perhaps. Oh, actually, we get 4 characters here. That's great, because then we can see who else. And does Ronza even have fuse yet? We might not have that on her yet. Let's double check to see. She doesn't even have fuse yet, so we can't do that quest, so we'll not take her. However, let's see who else we can take. Agriston can dodge, Kia and Cadlin should actually go in for this one. Kia, Cadlin, Artie... Well, Vince has a lot going on, but I don't think we'll deal with him this time. Kia, Cadlin, Artie, Pinnock for the keys.
Little relaxation never hurt anyone.
Long have I awaited this.
Ready for battle, soldier.
No one stands against my spear.
Let us join forces in Hyrule's name.
And who was last here? Cadlin.
Let me handle it. A
Cadlin will get a real spear off somebody. Not off construct because that complicates things. Maybe. Okay, no, we'll just go like this. Let me check the weapon situation first. We are not too overstuffed. Okay, so let's just dive in and play.
What shall come of this?
Okay, Pinnock against the Keys. I think everything else is just refilling her numbers.
We make for battle.
Let's fill the element quest while we're here. I mean, any one of these attacks will do. Also, just her general. Whoops. Combo chains to drop lightning on everything. Oops. Oh, except no, you need freeze and fire for the quest, so we'll do that. Let's maybe freeze some things. Do we need to defeat with it? Yeah, there we go. That gets us over the line.
Not bad.
Are there even bokoblins on this map for her? I don't think there are. But that's okay. We got some enemies defeated. Oh, look, a map that just isn't just a linear corridor for once. We haven't seen one of these in a while. Which actually means we should maybe
Brave soldier of Hyrule.
My queen.
switch over to... Where's Pinnock? Oh, he's with Artie. That's okay. Means that we can actually... send some over. Actually, let's keep Key and Cadlin in. We'll switch to Pinnock so we can look for keys as well, just along the way. Although Artie should do the bulk of the fighting to fill in her quest. There's the keys. Always so few of these. Like 5 per map at most. Oh, so much of that quest. Okay.
Lady Artie.
Simple enough.
Lightning on everything in the rain. That works out well enough, I guess, even against enemies already electrified. Does give you to defeat 200 quests as her. Even though she needs more goblins. Which I don't think we're getting this map. But we'll just continue to fill in what objectives we can. Infiltrate an outpost. Yeah, we'll defend that. Have to remember that Artie is very short range when it comes to her counters on the unique abilities. And we should be able to take this down pretty soon. Oh, Marquise. Let's actually get him to combine from the camera for a bit and get some of them down. Very happy to see those for a change. So we can actually fill in that quest.
Steel yourself.
Well done.
Okay, 2 down.
An effortless victory.
Now, why
Lady Kia.
is he blinking there? Oh, just to show she was in combat, but we'll make it over there. Is there anyone else we need to take out here? Not really. We'll just go. No keys inside over here, so this is just Lizalfos over there, so we'll get in there and first of all see if there's anything else needed. Yeah, so that one's gonna fill. This one will not quite fill. But I think that's all we're able to accomplish at this point, unless we find 2 more keys. Literally 2 more for Pinnock. Doesn't look like we'll see it though. Oh, wrong counter. I mean, aerial attacks are always going to be good against the flyers though, right? We don't really need to wait for the opportunity. Lightning strikes are also going to be helpful here. Do a thrust and a smash. And a special. Well, that's a whole lot of electrics over here. Oh, just short of taking it down. Electric boss bokoblin. We will go for that. Maybe we'll get some bokoblins off of this actually, if it's boss Boko doing all that. So we'll run around with Pinnock anyway in case we see more keys. Then we'll switch to Artie if we have bokoblins to take down, and then that should clean up the objective nicely. She only needs a few more. Nope, nothing to look at over here. Just more Lizalfos, actually. Unless we see more keys somewhere, and we don't. That won't be too interesting for these purposes, then. Yeah, nothing up here. Just get back into port. Going to get a nice shoot down that time, though.
Lady Kia.
And also, we can do a sneak attack over here. Give a nice little spray down. Okay. I've hardly been using Catalan actually. Might be something to repair. So we figure out how to use them effectively. Oh. Just counter directly though. We actually didn't even use the finisher on a sink, but that's okay. We'll get another one going here.
Understood.
Just watch the door here while we have our attackers proceed behind it.
I'll never cease. Not until victory is mine.
And that'll be a finisher. Yeah, more objectives down at least. Mostly. And then we'll plug some more of these in as we go. Yeah, at this point we'll prioritize getting the sages and our main party up to 10 since those weapons won't be sold off. The side quests have been updated once again. At least the number of quests that we have to deal with is finally slimming down a little bit. What do we have going on here? More on Blade of Light. We'll slim down everything we can. We have more two-handers that we can upgrade. Oh, we would still need to work on that other two-hander, didn't we? Stone Smasher down here. Yeah, because until we can get this over the line, for 7, shouldn't blow too much. Because, yeah, for resonance purposes, we want to keep a little bit more. Now, let's for KO here. I want to build towards some of these. I don't want to spend those ones. Okay, let's dump all this and see if we can get over the line for 7 is what we have. Okay, so we can keep 1 of these. Let's maybe keep 1 of the hexagon ones in case we have a good chance to use it. Given how we underuse specials, we can use something like that. We do want to see what kind of materials we want for the weapon art. That's part of why we're rushing 7 whenever we can. And we have more than enough toenails. Extend weak point, yeah, that'll work. Okay. Simplifying things a bit there, and then let's see what we have. So we just have one more treasure quest here, which may or may not unlock something afterwards, and then... yeah, mostly just the constructs here. So let's see. Stone Taluses is Zelda. That's not going to happen at the moment. Haggerston can get his one little dodge, I suppose. He must be getting pretty far along with the next one being 800 bokoblins. When we get back to the main quest, though, some of that can be filled. Sync strike between Vents and Raffica. Vents and a Night Construct. We should actually maybe go Vents and Raffica for this then, because Raffica can start working on his 500. Even though I don't expect it to be a particularly big map. But we can get the sync attack down and just knock that quest off. Although maybe, since we're going back into a main quest soon, it makes a certain amount of sense to clear Haggerston's board. Oh, and look at that, you get some of the shrooms off of Zelda's best objective to use the special as well. You don't necessarily need Zelda to do that, though, because that's off of anybody. Let's go with the Vents and Raffica quest, just for simplicity.
We must never neglect our preparations.
Oh,
Anything I can
double
do?
Rito in the sky
Make the
makes a
rest easier,
certain
knowing you stand with me.
degree of sense to do it that way.
You call for me? I'm looking forward to this.
So yeah, okay, sync attack between the two, and then Raffica just needs to knock things down from there.
I hope this works.
Taking wing.
Yes.
Okay, for the most part, we'll stay on Raffica just to rack up the enemy count. But we'll need to build a sync meter on both at some point. And that's fairly simple.
Ready for this?
Get the weak point down.
Too easy.
Now we can get the meter up on them though, we will. So there's another objective that's kind of off to the side that we should look at. We never really remember some of these things, so we'll just do this first. Okay, let's get the sync meter up, which means we'll play Vents for a bit. We'll also check this area. Somebody's there, not relevant to the main objective, but we do have a treasure chest. Oh, okay. Treasure chest to rock. Well, other than collecting Octorok parts, I don't think that really accomplished very much.
Raffica, you got it.
Yeah, once Vents rejoins, we will need him to build up his meter for the sync attack. we've got plenty of time, but we'll need to get through this gate first. And it's just going to be Flux Construct at the end, from what we could tell. One thing we perhaps haven't made enough note of is a lot of the original material in the musical scores of this game. Oh, wasn't locked on at all. Nowhere even close to the neighborhood, in fact. Because certainly the wins in the score here are drawing my attention. With flutes being such a big presence in the sky areas, especially of the score in Tears of the Kingdom, and that continued here with compositions. It's quite a nice score, actually, for a Warriors game. Usually, as with the original Hyrule Warriors, we just kind of have everything you know, essentially take some of the original material and rock out on it. But this one, I don't remember what the score to Age of Calamity was like, but certainly the music that we hear in this game is tonally very much in keeping with Tears of the Kingdom itself. And it is something that is striking me about this area in particular. We want to Sync Strike for the next part, but let's blow up some crates first and get through some more. We have time to make it to target for Flux Construct, so I'm not too concerned here, but I guess we'll just dump a Sync Strike on him pretty much right away just to get that objective down. Flux 3.
Try harder. You know what to do. I sure do. Too easy.
Then, oh, it's a free action actually, so we should have picked an angle that allowed me to go for the weak spot. I just have to remember which attacks give you free aim. Other than Salta Special, of course, which is useful so long as the gyro cooperates.
You're done. Helping out.
Okay.
Say goodbye.
Might as well dump a special on him too,
You asked for it.
since we've built up the meter and everything. I don't know why it gives me some of the switching prompts sometimes. There's some kind of friend-to-friend combo that's happening there that we don't completely understand.
You with me, Rafika? Don't have to ask.
Oh, that just imbues him with wind power. Okay. Well, then we maybe drop this special at some point. If there's a finisher to it.
Back off. Need a hand? Watch and learn.
And that's down.
So much for them.
And oh, we get to fill in the last treasure collection as well, since it's one of those. Back in more prosperous times when we had many treasure chests in one place instead. opposed to having one dangling off a rope somewhere, waiting to be magnetized. And okay, even captured an outpost along the way here. And we'll get a Flux 3 core this time. Now, is this finally the last quest that we needed before getting back to the main story? We're about to find out. Or do we see more? Alright, looks like it is really just a main quest at this point. Nothing more to collect. So let's do a little bit of weapon management here. And then we'll proceed very soon. Oh yes, weren't we still... No, we actually did upgrade everything up to 7 at this point. That we needed. In terms of the Eagle Bow, we're not quite over the line yet to do something here, but maybe we have enough to work with actually, depending on whether we use anything pristine. Now let's wait for more materials to come in. Say. The spear is done. Raru's spear is not done, but is that the spear that we prefer to work on? Probably. Yeah, we're not as desperate for inventory space as we were before, though, so... Anything to sell off eventually, maybe? Yeah, we'll deal with it later. Okay, so at this point, everything we can fill in is filled in. And we've got quest trackers under rest. I don't know why the side quests are giving me a sensor as well. Probably because of a ping on Zelda's quest to give us the shrooms, but maybe that's it. I don't really see anything else that's going on here. Alright, so at long last, we are going to proceed with the main quest. We'll see the counter-strike, and we will almost certainly stop after that when we are summarily overwhelmed with whatever spawns on the map next. This is going to have 3 required characters. Agriston, Kia, Rauru. Agriston, of course, will have to do a dodge. I don't know if Rauru had anything in particular other than being the one who has to get the kill on Gripgara if there is a rematch. And of course, maybe a 4th party member gets dealt back in, like the Construct, for instance, once we get into this quest properly. Kia just needs to defeat tons of stuff, so if we see these enemies on the field, we'll just use her for the most part. And we'll just have to double check all of that once again once we get into the map, because no doubt we'll forget. So let's get into the Sarah Scablins and see the counter-strike.
A little rest will do you some
Global
good,
offensive.
We may be able to use this.
And yeah, we don't need to buff experience necessarily on them this time. We can go for something else, if we so choose. Like the damage reduction might be a good idea, in fact. Particularly with a main map where you might have a boss sequence at the end. Time-sensitive missions, nice to have these back. We'll just hit some camps along the way. Okay, let's play. Let's finally see a story cutscene for the first time today.
To battle!
Rauru entrusted secret stones to Kia, Artie, Agriston, and Rafika, who together with Zelda and Minoru vowed to defend Hyrule as its 6 sages. The group then set the oncoming monster horde to rout in a tremendous display of strength. With first-hand proof of their combined might, Rauru resolved to go on the offensive against the Demon King's onslaught. Thus, he and the 6 sages held a war council to discuss how they might reclaim Hyrule Castle and defeat Ganondorf once and for all. Before the final battle could begin, they first needed to clear a path to the castle grounds. To this end, Rauru proposed splitting their forces into 2 separate fronts, each of which would be tasked with stemming the tide of monsters at its source. The Knight Construct was charged with launching a surprise attack on the enemy forces stationed in the depths. Meanwhile, Rauru and the 6 sages would set out to engage the ever-growing monster army awaiting them in the Ceres Scablands.
We'll see how the other characters come into play in playable form. It looks like it might potentially split over multiple quests. Well, that's something new. Grimgoma.
So the day has come. I'd like that beast for myself. When the blood moon first rose over Hyrule, that demon appeared and struck at Death Mountain. It overran our home and summoned that terrible beast to the mountain's crater. Any Goron who still draws breath would want to see the Archfiend slain.
I've no doubt.
Tonight, we shall finally have our vengeance. I've long awaited this moment. I wouldn't dare miss it.
In that case, perhaps you'd be willing to hear my plan.
What is it?
We'll take them by surprise and decimate their ranks from the inside out.
Ooh, good idea. Except, how will we do it?
One of your Zonai arts, I presume?
If that's what you call it. Now, we make for the nearby caves and take position beneath the enemy. If we can just reach the surface, they'll be ours. And I know the perfect shortcut to get us there.
That's the first time we've seen the Ascend power this game. Okay, Fire Boss Goblin. We are right in the center of the map. We have a couple of camps to hit. Let's see what's going on here. Yeah, we'll take down the Fire Boss Goblin. We will do so as Kia. Again, Kia is the one who should be taking out most things here. Agriston needs to eventually get a dodge, but Kia should be doing the bulk of the fighting to pull her numbers. And we'll see about this 48 attack Let's Kill Trident now that we have it and see how well it performs. Okay. Oh, we've freeze this guy as well. And yeah, because that was a sneak strike from the back, we could just weaken it immediately. Let's get the lock on down though. Spray it down all the way up again, and then we'll go down quickly. We'll get lots of batteries in this map, I'm sure. Given that we can take camps and all that, but yeah, it's gonna go down quickly. Blow it up. Now that's how it's done. Okay, Stone Talus. No, don't have Zelda around for her quest, but obviously we'll go Agriston for the bombardment, and then whoops. We'll try to get it dodged down at some point too. Didn't quite manage. Now he has his own built-in bombs, but it looks like it'll be faster to just spend the energy bar stuff instead, but if we can get him into a flurry rush, that would be better. I don't know if we can against Talus so much, but oh, got the battery. He's gonna cut straight to the rock. His aim could use some work, I think. It's okay. Let's just whittle him down. Spends a full bar battery, but that's perfectly within reason. A little late, man. That's okay. I'll just go back to Kia so she can take out some of those other enemies along the way and yeah, just fill up her numbers. Oop. Okay, first stage of the plan. Well, let's claim this. Goma is the lead commander here, and these monsters to advance. Let's see who's located where. We'll want maybe two up here, one down here. We'll send Kia up there by herself to take that, I think. Depending on the camp itself. Special attack, unique skill, yeah. Lots to do. In that case, did a lot of punishment as Agriston, actually. That's okay. We'll go with Kia here. And we'll take her up. Of course, you can sync up with Agriston at some point. Actually, no, that's a better idea. Send Agriston up with her to sync up to get a heal naturally without cutting into our item bank. It makes a lot more sense. Goma's location is down there. We'll take the camp first. Yeah, we'll be able to cache all the quests once we are at a point where we can unlock the campsite. And then, okay, that means bomb. Agriston can just do it naturally, I think. Oop. We'll need him in the lead for the synchronization with Kia. We should go battery. Whoops, not rocket. Hang on. Hang on, not rocket, I said. But that's okay. Tapping too many buttons here too quickly. There we go. Okay, let's first of all, we'll get the treasure as well. We'll sync him up with Kia for the heal as we advance. Yeah, batteries got filled up, and then we will of course uncover chests and Koroks as we usually do. Also, anything we need, yes, silent shrooms, please. We've been very short on those. And we'll heal them up together. This for sure. We don't really need the insurance on them just yet. I mean, might be handy in a pinch, but we'll go for materials. I think other than that, we're fine. Then we get
Now, to the task at hand.
Agriston to sync up for the heals. Now, at this point, we go for enemy outpost, but then we'll sync up with Kia when we can. After we collect the Korok. Nothing else is accessible to us at the moment just yet, so let's head over and then we can actually sync up with Kia now, then we can get him on heals. And just steadily replenish while we make our way to the fight that comes next. Not gonna burn the finisher yet. Okay, that's a good amount of healing that we got done. Let's see what we can do with the special bar as well. 50 using special, there we go. Okay. Yeah, the shield break effect on the unique skills works quite a lot better than just the bombs. That's assuming that you have the unique attacks on cooldown, of course. We'll go for the treasure chest while we're in the area. And it looks like everybody should be proceeding there next. Grim Goma's not happy about this. He wants to drop some gloom everywhere. Well, when we go down that passage, we'll have to figure out how to get around gloom, I guess. And do we poke? I feel like we should not. Well, rubber's poking. But let's get out of here. projectile counter. Back up out of some of that, and then maybe drop a special in the area.
All will yield.
With my aim.
To clear the board a little bit.
Here.
I won't fail.
Don't know why I was requesting a switch there, but I'll take it. Kia's health is a little low at the moment. We'll switch over to someone else, I think, to see who needs health. Well, we'll have the sync attacks available in the event that someone needs to heal off of Kia. Might as well go for the Tears build gun router as well while we can, and just try to work on this quickly. Should be able to get this down soon. Let's have somebody who's got the aerial counter on cooldown. Okay, there we go.
Prepare yourselves for this.
Oh, that's a good smash. Didn't even look at. Didn't need was a side quest. We do need to report these ones. Defeat 100 as Agreston if we want the ticket. Let's see how we're doing for. Yes, quest though. 800 bokoblins, 150 Lysalphos. Yeah, we need to stay on her too. Get some of those materials, but we should definitely remember to do it dodges. Agreston though. Monsters appears throughout the battlefield. Yeah, pretty linear map so far, but we'll take everybody up to the next camp, and we'll take Agreston up here to fill in the chest. Never mind, these ones here. Whoops. Okay, allied reinforcements arrived. Do we get to control
King Raru.
just Zelda? Yeah, you can. Now, Zelda needed to defeat Stone Talus. We'll get to that. But for now, we're going Agreston. Yeah, so he needs to take out 100. He also needs to get a dodge. There's some batteries while we're at it. We need to. We haven't really been expending that much power, actually. Except with Zelda, we want her on the Korok, so let's get her through here first. As she joins the map with Minoru on support. Actually, Zelda should just run around grabbing Koroks. She can take the fort, though. So you can multitask a bit on a map. Also, this passage here is clear at this point, so we should, in fact, take someone else, like... actually, well, we can just independently move Kia up there and have her clear some space. Yeah, so Agreston needs his dodge. Let's just try to do it. We can just get a flurry rush on him. We can't get a flurry rush on him. He's not dodging well at all, actually, but... Just go on, give me a dodge. There we go. And then we want to sync up here so we can get him to heal off with Kia. Oh no, we got him on Robert. Never mind. So didn't get the heal. That's okay. And we got 100 down to Sacristan already. Great. And then over to Smash here. Oh, there's someone who's on turrets up above. We can't really reach that. Unless we have a special that can give us an area attack. Actually, no, an aerial counter against that would have been fine. That's an interesting mechanic, actually. We can get up to that one. Can't seem to target it, though. But if we dump a special right around here, maybe we can. Just get an attack down in the area. Okay, whoops, missed. Zelda's still up top. Blanked again. I still don't know how to hit this. I guess, yeah, no, we can just fire at it, maybe. Someone else needs to do it. Where we can surely pop that. There we go. Now we can get the camp. Exploit a weakness. Defeat using Zona devices. Sync strikes. Yeah, I mean, we're doing well on tickets. I'm really not too concerned.
I'm ready to go.
Kia's a little on health. We'll put everybody on fire line except for Zelda, who is still going to be up here. We'll take Kia around the block a little bit to grab treasures and the like. And then fill in her Liz office quest while we're at it. Okay, that's a lot of archers everywhere. Might be a little tricky to reach. Actually, no, we can do it. We need the cannon. That's the way to do it. Although it seems like they've left the area anyway, so that's okay. I know they're here. Well, what we can do is we can blow up some of this stuff and maybe that'll take down the structures, maybe? Or not? It's kind of unique. Yeah, this is interesting twist on the map structures that we didn't have to deal with so far. Also, why is Zelda down here? I thought we told her to help that one. However, Zelda has a free aim, so actually, since we're here, let's make sure we do that. Yeah, that's how to do it. Zelda can take them down. Any more? Right, a few more over here. So yeah, that's by far the best way to do it. Is you get Zelda to snipe. Well, good thing she was the one reinforcement that we had control over. Unfortunately, it does mean that we need to deal with some of the ergonomic awkwardness of aiming here, but Pastos. We hadn't really even seen Pastos in the map previously, I guess. Yeah, well, he's available. Okay, so Kia's got to go for a seed, and we can find a seed. There we go. Or not a seed, but the Korok, rather. It gives us a seed, and then we go for the chest. We the adjoining location. And you should be able to take up most of this. And that'll claim the area almost. Okay, 6 strikes, one of them of Raru. We'll get there. We'd better heal her up with one just in case. Now, we can get her to join the others at this point. Nothing else to loot up here, but Zelda should definitely fill out the top camp. At some point after Fire Lionel, I assume the map will continue somehow with Grimgoma, but let's see what happens here. Actually, you can fill in one of the sync strikes now. Then, fire arrow. Oh, I was hoping to aim a little higher there, but that's okay. That'll work. Pretty good clearance on that, actually. And there we go. That's going to get the weak point on it. And almost. Actually, no, that's just one of her combos. We'll get a little recall on that. That blows it up. Okay, at this point, we're able to get down. I mean, she can balloon down to the other one, I guess, which we really wanted. Keep forgetting that's an option sometimes. Against Fire Lionel, though, kind of makes sense to go Kia. Or I guess, we want to sync attack to heal up. But then he's got to build up to meet her first, so otherwise we're just going fire versus fire. Let's see about the hydrant here. And then we can maybe even put electric against him too. Oh. Take him down like this. Nope, not quite. Alright, I'll just get a weak point smash going. Okay, we should link him up with Kia at this point. That'll give him a water attack as well, I think, so that'll work out nicely. And then get a weak point up and running very quickly. And then, got hit a little bit here. We don't want to burn the finisher yet, of course, because we're still on the heal. And water and electricity together are going to get it nice and weak. For this bit, and then we will Heal up most of the way, first of all, and also, after taking care of the Korok here, we can reach it. We should just use Zelda for that, actually. Zelda... How come Zelda didn't actually... What with the balloon? Oh, because of her waypoint got set all the way back. I forgot to... Okay, so... That was unfortunate. Let's, Well, let's figure this out. Battery and balloon. Accidentally sent her all the way back. Okay. But it means you can up the Korok balloon herself. There we go. At this point against Grimgoma, let's go with Rauru because Rauru can build up a sink as well, I think. Okay, time to blow up Grimgoma. Looks like Rauru's light attack might work out here. Also, Zelda, when she comes here, can shoot this thing in the eye. Let's get out of the fire first, and then just take this down a little bit. Yeah, we should actually do this with Zelda, because you can just shoot it in the eye where necessary. Or just do things this way. Just hoping to get a weak point going on here, but... Well, that's quite a lot of doesn't matter, but we can actually deflect against. We might want to go bomb against this. Actually, Ankerston would be advisable here. Oops. Okay. I wonder actually if you power him up. This gives him fire. I don't know if it helps him break the rock. Maybe not. We should just power up and go bomb against it. Okay. Pretty big strike there. Not the biggest punch in the world, but he's practicing. Oh. I mean, we should douse the fire. That's one thing we should definitely do. But if we can get down to Zelda for the eye, then get Zelda to do the same as Rauru, then we also finish that particular quest. Oh, I totally aimed one of those the wrong way. You do have to do manual aim with both sticks for those. When Zelda and Rauru are together, so we kind of miss with one of the beams completely, but that's just going to happen. And I'm going to spray him down this way. Let's just ice him up. not too concerned about this, actually. I should be able to do this relatively quickly. Yeah, actually, no, we should have done it in the other order. Instead of giving her fire, use her to use somebody else with water, but that's okay. Let's just dump the special on the finisher and see where we go from there. Get told to do another poke in the eye, perhaps. Nope. And then Zelda can fire like that, and then that's gonna be it.
My king shall devour Hyrule. All in due time.
Precisely as we planned.
Yeah, and it made for a good diversion, too. The rest is up to Callum. And his friend, of course.
I hope they'll not lay waste to the terrain in the process.
As do I. We should go too, in case they need help.
We've nothing to gain from rushing in unprepared, and much to lose in the face of dangerous new enemies.
We can never be too careful. Our faith is with you, Knight Construct.
So we'll have a depths campaign happening on the second front, I suppose. It will not be a continuation today, because we won't be running for that long, but let's see how much of the map pops open before we get into the next part of the quest. And maybe do a spot of weapon management that we need, so we can just jump right into the next map on the next stream. So how many things are lighting up for us here? New regions in the sky. Yeah, quite a few missions once again. Yeah, pretty much with every single main quest, you just pop open so much on the map at once. Well, let's fill in everything we can. This will be... That's interesting, that Ambush in the Depths starts out in the sky. It indicates to me that this is going to be a flight mission. So the flight mission is going to lead you to a particular dive that's going to open up a new front over here, perhaps. Kind of like with the Death Mountain sequence in the previous section, many levels ago, where this was the flight mission that took you in through a flanking maneuver. So we'll keep that in mind, because it'll finally give us a chance to fill in some of the quests that are flight related. Enhanced flight devices, rather like this, we will definitely go for it.
Most impressive.
And yes, we'll get energy regeneration in flight mode. Good preparation for what comes next. Now let's fill in everything that we can afford. Actually, well, let's set some priorities here. Unique skill in the night. This is camp supply slots. +5. Interesting. Oh, does that double up how much we can put into the supply? Or by slots, does it mean the individual ticks? So it raises the cap on those, perhaps. Anyway, Lone Wolf's Pride. This also gives you an additional recruit. It must be that older Goron character that we passed by at some earlier points. Pinnock has fuse attacks. Yeah, we'll need it for quests at some point. We'll need fuse attacks on a couple more characters, actually. Special attack charge rate for everybody. We should go for the globals as well. Let's see what we can get. That is more than affordable.
Well done.
Also, put this on a tracker in case we need to buy anything from the shops. So yeah, the two-handers on the night, not as essential yet since we have so many weapons to choose from, but we should absolutely give Pinnock fuse for future quest purposes. Yeah, we have so many with defense quests over here because those are timed. Those should always be the priority. The other ones are just liberate the territory. So we are covering a good bit of the map, actually. I was thinking that, you know, maybe we're at about the halfway point. Perhaps we're a little beyond that, depending on how far the story actually goes.
Should prove useful.
And where it concludes along the action of Tears of the Kingdom, because there's a bit of an ambiguous amount of time between some of the events that we have seen. What is this? This is just fuse now. Let's back out.
I've yet to reach my limits.
Okay, and what is this? Yeah, well... Oh yes, that's right. This needs to be prioritized. This is one of those bound to the Korok seeds as well. Yeah, it actually is doubling up the number of slots, so we can actually have a huge number of buffs per map now. And we are just barely over the line for affording this, but we'll take it. Centrifugal slash. Yeah, that'll be good. We're not given the chance to assign it just yet because we're currently on spears with a construct. But anyway, we have this assigned. Everything that we can't afford, I think, other than these two, we've currently assigned. That's Iron Shroom. If there's anything we can shop for, we'll take it, but it doesn't look like it at the moment. Okay, so we'll do a tiny bit of weapon management here, and then we'll stop there for the day, I'm sure. Depending on whether there's much we ought to deal with here. So we have some more of the two-handers. Yeah, we should start pumping the boulder breaker a little bit further, I think. And what else do we have that doesn't have properties on it? Just a one-hander. Now, Isolde's got Hexagon as resonance. We want to save up for a better Hexagon effect. That's a question to consider. Or later, perhaps. Yeah, but we've got some headroom when it comes to weapon capacity, so I think we shouldn't fuss with it too much. Anyway, in terms of challenges, how many are we looking at? 6 of them to start. Many of them all about liberating territory. Actually, all of them about liberating territory, apart from the defense mission up here. So we'll get the map steadily a little bit greener. And then, actually, I sort of think Well, depending on the flexibility for the party for these, not very many presets. You have to have Rafika on this one, Kia for this one. Basically, everybody in their home territory. These 4 here is just each of the sages has to take the lead in their own respective spaces, but the other ones are flexible. It kind of tells me that after we do the defense mission, perhaps next priority should be the new party member, which is being recommended by the little construct bot here. And then we have a little bit more flexibility for who to choose and which materials to collect prior to doing all of the regional defense. At that point, past regional defense, we have next part of chapter 4, which is going to be the aerial assault beginning here. So that will probably be the agenda for the next time we return to this, which will be later in the week. The exact time will be a little ambiguous. I mean, if we can be on tomorrow, we will, but past that point, we'll be juggling this game for a little bit against Kirby Air Riders as well. But we'll just make those decisions day to day and push on when we can. The sages have a bit of momentum here. I mean, you know, we know how things turn out by the end and just what kind of opponent Ganondorf proves to be, but we'll see what happens on the journey along the way. Thank you so much for joining me for today's very productive session. We'll see if we can pass you folks off somewhere else. But for the moment, have a wonderful week with everything that may be transpiring on your end. And as always, fare thee well.